Gitme to Nimana Anashnami Ma Kinagebo Nagano Mego to a Kigane Mat Kime Moting not to know Nema Eagia Kiati Kinagebo Everybody stand among Lixa Emegano Menama Nese Kehu Kidna Putri Pansel Ema Anominabo Navatanamabo Gehu Kidnes Chicken Gobel and Nishkaya Nonabo Chimne Nagamwa In When Marcha mort este sueño bueno que veo una victoria es va mi baranda magia bebe que adorma goe beat Borgani goe no que una bebe que me mi baranda magia ispire maya bueno Nagamoinjuk, gebeuren bitar, wat er gebeuren bitar, ja, weet maar. Maar niks, dit dat wat. Met die bal de magia kena, de maat zien. Anders na, hoe bent u nou, gekena, hoe is het te zien, ja. Dat nooit weer. If not to be about the Maria, never tell us what to go no man. Still what to be wrong. It to what came no when you shall to see, not to see it. So get it, can I go? If you want to see me, I can go. I'm not there. Lagi kita nueno, bertas nueno, kelin, makne, ini kasan, manis nabe ini kasan, manis kelin manis nabe ini kasan, demi Tuhan, enak je, asdas kanase, restu tem, bejugu mitel, abiteren jiwan mitel, anas na. Racciona meni doja, no de tesue, et pagosteni mi goano et chapna tu koma, mano specifici anishrabe, anishna, igudeli ma, panesha et tu koma gego, ibne stigat matimo, meno shat, ye wakshano mumkeni, et pittisagar, nichalisnabe. Begon teatto, non mo betesue, non jayan, beget, benagamo apan wete, nisuna te, no mo, ayaw na nagamo inyo. Vino. Eli saattaa voittua teua. Ilmeisesti annisnaade. Ilmeisesti. Eikä tue noon. Eikä jatko muue. Tällainen on. Ennen käyttänyt kavekin se attua. Ja vuoden tuolla. Ja käyttänyt kavekin se attua. Ne ovat sinua. Ja ne ovat tänne maat. Et me ajattelemme täältä annisnaade. Ja näkee, Stjärnens lautaan annakin narutteeket noin. Mikä kiitettä manjaa noin on. Ruokaa. Ei kutteekin. Keket. Et se vettäisi kaattua. Me joukoa. Ja mä viikossa jalkoa. Mä olin. Keket. Tai sitten sinun Ego, kidnaan häntä kehuva, siinä et kehukin me estykään. Siinä jo kehu, kumatta minä on sen puhua. Emme sinne maa, emme pakitna maasta kuulua. Aina sinä, keheksi huolemaan. Leesa huolette, on sinne niin maa. Kyllä on tämä kehuva. Alkaa se niin kankeeku. Ei niin sinäako. Niin mä sinne kertomaan. Sinne on tämä kehuva. Koetas sinä olevat nyt sitä. On kehuva. Luetu teen arnaan sanoen. Mä olen kahteenkin. Ei se ole. Jos keilaatte. Ei se kehuva nuun. Mutta mitään sanotte, lapsinuun, sanoisit teilaatte, anuun, näitä vaatmeesa, kuin vettänisnää, Niin mä, kyllä kokas enemmän kuin, ei vai on mulla miettiä, mä et tukman kuin, mä et tuista. Dajasti. Donen maatsin koe. Nantin alennan ko. Vino. Eekuni vio. Kahtelta maattu koe. Arsina. Keekästi koe. Isti sanana kelkeen koe. Nuunsa. Enää kiitti sanana kenuun. Jano ei nuun. Emme naannuita nukuvuua. Voigeenoon. Emme apetisiaattu verusnoon. Emme niin kaarenta makeaa. Kuin oksa. Kukan nestettu naakeeku. Voinuun. Emme me on ikään meistä. Annas naakanksen vaan paappisekevuja. Mutta entä sinkkinä kehuja, keenettuhoppat, stokoja, kuin ootus mua, manitu atsukkaan. Me kaikista pakoa, vino, sinne sitten tuottua. Tuon muotikona kehuja, ai kutsunua, vino, ei ole meitä sitten muottua. Aina no mitäs tulee? Jos keilaatte aina missä niin näistä on. Oikeastaan mikä? Ei se keisää tekoa. Ei se ole. Teema. Missä ole? Se voi olla meidän lapsi tulee. Teema. Aina sitä niitä. Oikeastaan sen tekee kenen keilu. Siis jää. Niin napsat tulee. Teema. Voi olla no. Papana, neuve, ne kokas teikö kyllä nyt kohtatte, kyllä naami voisi, kyllä sen naamuisi, aapatti niin ettei kun olevat näitä sinne jo. Näin satteeni, voi itse se, mun piti aina vennakke, miksi on 70 jaar die meeste jaren was. Altijd, we kwamen nog voor u het en snade even, het meeste werd worden. Hoe zijn het? Anesta, oeste, niet mooi bezig hoor. Ook op dit presentant, hoe je moet komen. Hoe je bent. Wait, there's a mentorship about when we saw it all. We can't done your name, we know when woman any service can. I just like to stay a little bit in English, if I can, translate, because I'm not too much of an educated person. I just went up to grade 3, and I tried to translate what I tried to say what I have said. My name is Tommy Johnson, counselor from Northwood State. I try to help out as much as I can for the people that ask me to do this. Anything to help them. So today is a big day. All of the chiefs that are over here. And the drums that are here, they sang some songs, the pipe song, and a feather song. Because we all know that we're asking for guidance for everything that we do. And the reason why I had done this 2 songs on this song, on this drum, the pipe song and the feather song, and the other ones, 1 song each, is that just the way I know, the way I do it, because on each direction, we're asking all the to help us, to guide us in a good way. That's why I asked these for 3 drums to lead those songs. So that's why I done this. And the food that those little baskets that I asked for, I told them to go put one in the fire and one in on a clean ground with tobacco, because the loved ones we lost, we got to think about the ones we lost. They're listening to us. They're here. Because we always do that, not to forget them. Because they know more what we're expecting. They know more than what we know now, because way back, it was more powerful for them to listen to. That's why we say, we gotta listen. We gotta listen to the elders. Even me, I'm still learning. From my other elders, when they talk, I listen to them. And that's why I listen. That's why I'm saying it. That's why I can stand around here do these kind of things. And You see all the little flags that found around the building. I prayed for those too when I was talking in my language. There's a lot of chiefs that come from these First Nations to come and support each other, and to listen, to bring good stuff. So that's where we're going to pick up everything. And I see a lot of chiefs over here. So I hope we have a good start out in our way of bringing in the good stuff to help each other, whatever they talk about. And this is why I say it's hard for me to translate in a bit of what I said. Because when I was a little boy, that's where I was raised to be religious. I still do listen. I pick up more words, but I didn't know. So this is what we gotta do. We gotta listen to each other, help each other. This is why we want all the chiefs are over here all bring good stuff, what they have. So that's about, if I forgot something, I'm not doing it in the purpose because I try my best to do what they ask me what to do. And the reason why I go around to be heard in a good way. It's like when we go around the drums in each direction. Well, listen to us. That's why I go around. Even up there, grandmother listening to us. Godfather. Everything up there. The clouds, even the clouds. Even the birds or anything that's running around is listening to us. The trees and everything, the living thing that's around us. We gotta respect everything. Even the living but sometimes you have to respect them too. Because these are the living creatures that's going on. It's like that. So that's why we have to respect everything, even when we see. Sometimes we see animals running around. It's something that reminds us. It reminds us something about these animals, what we see. It's like yesterday evening. I told my wife, she was in the bedroom, I was in the living room and the door was open. And all of a sudden I seen a little thing, I thought it was a horse flying in. That was Nano Passe. youth. So that's all I'd like to say. Now I get Bella to speak to the water, speak about the water. Tom, you got
If we can keep the noise down, please. We have the elder speaking.
Bonjour, I was offered tobacco to help the translation of the water prayer. First, she wanted to acknowledge all the chiefs, and she wanted to acknowledge the leadership. And she said she's kind of scared and nervous because she hasn't seen so many chiefs in one place. So this is the gift that she's been given to help out with the prayer. She does that all over. She does that at powwow. She does that in different places. So she's asked me to translate as we go along. Right? She wanted to acknowledge everybody that's here, all your name, your clan, where you're from, who you're named after. She also acknowledged that some people have more than one name, so she acknowledges all those Anishinaabe names that you have. And so she's not very well versed in speaking out loud. She had a stroke not too long ago, so she is kind of quiet, and she's taking care of herself, and so she wanted to acknowledge that that way of presenting. Good. to acknowledge the spirit. She acknowledged by dream, by vision, not too long ago, this river here that we have. She saw a dark spirit come up the river, where the mouth of the river meets the lake. And she acknowledged that spirit that comes through here. And she was a little afraid of it at some point because it was a dark snake that came through the river, and she wanted to acknowledge every spring, every fall, that she puts tobacco down, water, and she puts food down for that spirit that she had a vision with. She also talked to, there's a lot of islands out there as well in this lake here. And she talked about a sweat lodge that she carries as well in this community. She goes into the sweat lodge every now and then, and it does help her quite a bit when she goes into the sweat lodge to feel better. And so she wanted to share that as well. I also wanted to acknowledge that she hasn't fed the spirit yet this spring. She uses white lard. She will going to do that this spring sometime. So she wanted to acknowledge everybody that's here, all the chiefs. The drums also get a piece of get some the drink, the pipes, everything that's going on in this area. So I wanted to acknowledge everybody, all the scary chiefs. And so she says extremely much for inviting her, and also acknowledge her chief for inviting her to come and do this water blessing. And she says extremely much.
It's done.
Conmigo anda como hago opinião de cine, comigo
done? She's done now, I think. I think she's done. You're done now? You're done? Yeah. Go ahead. Bonjour. Bami abine shi Disney Kraz. Kigo Dondem. Sagin Donji. Derek Henderson is my name. Good morning. Welcome to Grand Council Treaty 3, 3-day Spring Assembly. Today is the National Assembly, and then tomorrow we'll go into the Chiefs Assembly for Grand Council Treaty 3. First of all, thank you to Chief Lynn Indian for allowing us to be in our community the next 3 days. Thank you for being the host, and thank you to our elders, Bella Andy and Tommy Counselor for sharing this morning, blessing the water, and also leading us in a good way. Also, we have our elders, Fred Kelly and Don Jones from Grand Council Treaty 3, that are here also to give us guidance as we go throughout the next 3 days. I want to acknowledge my co-chair, Donna Anderson, if she can introduce herself.
Bonjour, good morning. Memantegi Shigug Dishnekas, Makwa Dudem, Enigming Dunji. My name is Donna Anderson. I'm very honored to have been asked to come here and co-chair. Looking forward to spending the next few days with you today and, under the guidance of my experienced co-chair here, Derek Henderson. So, miigwech. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Just a couple of housekeeping. I know that chiefs are busy. They get phone calls and they get text. If you could just put your phones on silent or on mute so that we don't interrupt speakers as they're speaking today. Jimmy Gwich for that. Thank you to all of the chiefs that are here this morning. I think it's important to acknowledge we have 18 chiefs here this morning and proxies. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to be here to discuss some very important items that we have at Grand Council Treaty 3. Of course, thank you to the Grand Council Treaty 3 staff for setting up for the assembly for the next 3 days. And thank you to all of our participants that are here, community members, people that are here interested in what's happening at Grand Council. So if we go through the agenda for today, for the National Assembly, we have the welcome remarks from Chief Lynn Indian. We have Ogijita Francis Cavanaugh, Deputy Grand Chief Cheyenne Vandermeer. Then we're going to go into the constituent council updates. Then we'll break for lunch at 12 o'clock, which is sponsored by Hydro One. Then this afternoon, we'll go into our updates, the cultural chiefs update, the environmental chiefs updates. We'll take a break mid-afternoon. Then we'll go into our social chiefs updates, economic chiefs updates, then any records of decision. Then we'll take a bit of time just to reflect on today. Then we'll have to close the National Assembly this afternoon hoping by 4:30. But as Anishinaabe people, we never go by time. We finish the day when we're done for the day of the business that we're here for today. So again, Chimigwes for being here, everybody. I would like to have our chiefs maybe introduce themselves. We'll go from my left so that everybody knows we do have some new chiefs around the table, so we'd like to acknowledge them this morning. So we can start off with Chief Indian's gone. Oh, there's Chief Indian. Okay, what's to my left? She's hiding. We'll start out to my left. We'll start off with Ogitchada.
Grand Chief Francis Kavanaugh. I'm from Notikomego Aning First Nation, Sturgeon Clan, third degree Mitewin. Also went on behalf of my son who passed away years ago, and also belong to the Sundance and the Roundhouse. Miigwech.
Bonjour, was I going to be Indigenous cause? Bonjour to them. So good morning. My name is Lynn, Indian Chief of this community. Miigwech.
Bonjour, Cheyenne Vandermeer, Miguanagabawik Indigo, Kuchiching and Donji, Namin and Dodem, Gakanawatagazid, Indigenous Kanago.
Our chiefs. If you can introduce yourself, chiefs, to my left.
Good morning. Please, Indigenous cause. Atikto Tem. Anishinaabe Nangoshing Donji. Chief Carl Big George. Big Island First Nation.
Good morning. Andrea Camp from Buffalo Point First Nation.
Bushu, Siguan, Jichikas, Luz Dodem, Anamke Washing Donji, Chief Linda McVicker from Anamke Washing.
Good morning, chiefs, elders, Chief Richard Breer, Couchiching First Nation.
Darlene Whitecrow, I'm a proxy for Chief Janice Henderson from Mid-Tangicamingue First Nation. Miigwech.
Bonjour, Mishkwab Indigenous cause Makwana Dodem, Anishinaabe and Dow. Chief Jeff Copenes, the Ojibwe Onegaming. Miigwech.
Bonjour, Sagimagi Shweb, Indigenous cause, Awasin Indotem. My name is Shaden Whitecrow, and I'm proxy for Shane Whitecrow of Seine River.
Bonjour, good morning. Nioga Buik Digo Tik Dotem, Nio Metel, proxy for Chief Roland Fisher from Wakisamunk. Miigwech.
Bonjour, proxy for Chief Bill Pettiquin of Wabasgang First Nation. My name is Rhonda Audit Council.
Bonjour, Migiziwe Benesik Indigo, Wabenesik Mina Giminigos de Jeune Kanagoan, a Tekken Dotem, Migizizai Gandunji, Ugimakwe, Chief Bernadette Obange, Eagle Lake First Nation.
Bonjour, good morning. Minoy Gonebi, Nation Gas, Beva Mate Gijiguke. My Ingrid Quenske, Nigani Benesik Indigo, Wajash Dute. Kikichuanong Donji, Mitegan, the Chitagui, Chief Cariati's Norwegian from Kikichuanong Anishinaabe Nation. Miigwech.
Good morning, I'm John Shinde, Chief of First Nation.
Okay, Miigwech chiefs and proxies. Is there anybody online? Chiefs or proxies? No? Okay. Okay. Can you please introduce yourself?
some space to welcome myself there. I'm the recently elected chief of Nisatchwood. Bonjour. Miigwech.
Miigwech. Not here. Chief Clayton Wedlinen, you're online.
Yes.
You can introduce yourself.
Chief Woodland, Wabigoon Lake Ojibwe Nation.
Get me which. So we'll go into our welcome remarks. I'll get Chief Lynn Indian to welcome us to her community.
Bonjour. Why is I going to be an Indigenous cause? Bonjour. Do them. So good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Lynn Indian. I'm chief of my community here. I'd just like to begin by acknowledging all our spiritual items, the drums that are here, the pipes, all our feathers, acknowledge the singers, and acknowledge our knowledge keepers who opened for us today. And those, they will continue to sit with us for the next few days. So I just want to say a big miigwech to them. Their words that they shared this morning were beautiful, and I believe that they're going to set us on a good path over the next couple days. So I just want to welcome everyone to the Grand Council Spring Assembly. It's an honor to gather today in a spirit of unity, respect, and shared purposes. Over the next few days, I hope that our discussions strengthen our communities and nation and guide the important work ahead for future generations. Miigwech to everyone for being here and for the leadership and the commitment that you bring as we gather. Miigwech to all of our helpers, our staff at Musqueam and at Grand Council Treaty 3. I see all the hard work that goes into preparing for such an event, and I cannot express my gratitude and my appreciation enough to everyone, right, for being a part of putting together the event for the next few days. I appreciate the efforts, and we are very, very fortunate to have a great team of hardworking individuals. Just another housekeeping item. We went with real plates, real utensils, and real cups. So we're trying to eliminate waste. So if you need to fill your cup, there is water coolers in and around the building. But miigwech, everyone.
Thank you, Chief Indian. I'll turn it over to Wichita.
Miigwech, Derek. So coming in and they go. Mikinak ke ogimas ke beasige inene skatte gabo nimete izwen mishakonikot not come warning donji nomen dotem mami wechiag maenge ni nogo ka pakina mo nago o enabi nikeng nongum mi wech ge na o Tommy counselor Pakiniget, Keoe, Keogoe, Koyog, Miigwech Bessie, Miigwech Ke Pam, Oe, Nibi, Michim, Kitaji Kamig, Miigwech Yagi Uma, Kanamat Beat, you get to see Minanik, Fred Kelly, and Don Jones, Miigwech Ge Nagi, we know Ma, we tabim in Nangoa. Where theme of the AE Assembly, moving forward in unity and honoring the treaty. I just want to say that on May the 14th, as one of my duties as Grand Chief is to feast the treaty out in the lake. May the 14th, we went out again to feast the treaty, and it marked
29 years since we started doing that. So that was one of the guidance I received from Shake Tent when I started way back in the 90s. We went to Chiscan and asked how we proceed with the implementation of a traditional functional form of governance. And that's what I was told, was to begin by feasting the treaty every spring and every fall. So like I said, this year was the 29th year since we've been doing that. Anyways, one of the other things we always do is we always introduce new leadership that joins the table. I want to recognize Chief Jameson from Nisatchewan, sitting over there. Miigwech for being here. Miigwech. Anyways, I have some prepared notes. Good morning, everyone. I always appreciate everyone taking the time out of their busy schedules to travel to our assemblies. I would like to thank Chief Indian for volunteering to host our spring assembly, and I appreciate all the work community of Mishkosimene has done to have us here this week. Over the next several days, we will hear updates on some of the milestones we have accomplished over the past 6 months. I am always proud of the Chiefs committees for the work that they do and the hard work and staff that carry out this work. Although we can often get caught up in the work that we still have to do, it is always important to remind ourselves that these initiatives we've undertaken have led to the results that we have made meaningful change for our people and the nation. As you will see on the agenda, on the third day, we have a couple new items being brought to the table to discuss. The issue of lacking an unclear First Nations copyright and corporate law has been with us for decades and is often an issue that is overlooked. Luckily, one of our Treaty 3 members has experience in this area, and I look forward to hearing from Sarah Mainville on some of the work that she has been doing on this critical issue. Additionally, Karen Kijik has been doing some work on citizenship, both as it relates to Bill S2 and our citizenship in the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3. Over the past several years, many chiefs have raised the issue of citizenship, and although it is a very complex issue, I am hopeful we can navigate these changes in the law while keeping our understanding of our citizenship as a nation. As we spend the next week here at our assembly, I hope that we can all take time to thank the staff that put in so many extra hours to make these meetings possible. I appreciate for all the staff, the community members, and the staff that all of our organizations and agencies that contribute to these meetings to help us in our work. Again, miigwech for coming, and hope that we all have a chance to catch up with one another over the course of the few days. Miigwech for that. Miigwech.
Miigwech Ogechita. So I'll get Gakinawak is it Cheyenne Vandermeer to say some opening remarks.
Buju Minogigajab, Miguanagabo Indigo, Kuching Donji, Namain Dodem, Gakanawatagazid, Indigenous Conago. I want to say welcome everybody and just acknowledge our elders, Tommy and Bella, for sharing this morning and giving us reminders as well as we sit at this table. I want to acknowledge Chief Lynn Indian for hosting our assembly and all the work that your community is putting in to have us all here. This is actually one of the communities I used to work in, and I used to travel up here from Fort Francis every Monday and Wednesday to work in their health center. So I've built quite a few relationships with the community members here, and it's always good to come back. When I think about the theme for this assembly, moving forward in unity and honoring the treaty, a few things come to mind. First, I'm reminded of the strength that lies in our collective journey, and that each of us brings unique experiences and perspectives that contribute to this. During my time as Deputy Grand Chief, I've had the privilege to be a part of many gatherings across our territory, and I just want to say miigwech, first of all, to our children, because they've asked for me to be a part of their work in their schools, and that's a great honor to be there to support them in that. I was there to support our children and take part at Fort Francis High School for their MMIW event, and to hear our kids speak on such an important issue to their peers, and to speak with confidence. It was a very proud moment to be there, and if they wanted me to sit on the stage with them just so they felt a little bit more confident and being there, I was willing to sit there beside them. I'm thankful to the Grassy Narrows youth. They invited me to their youth powwow. I was able to create a relationship with two of them, and they said, you know, we're having a powwow this weekend and would really like it if you came. So I showed up there for them and supporting them in how they put together their powwow, and it was really good to see them take on those responsibilities as young leaders. I also want to say miigwech to our organizations for asking me to be a part of their work. Gijiwatazowin Health Access Center, Seven Generations Institute, Kuchiching Child Care Center, and our Treaty 3 Police. I was able to be a keynote for the Northern Ontario Home and Community Care Network, and also a keynote for our Women's Wellness Gathering in the South, and those were really amazing gatherings to be a part of and to have positive feedback from our healthcare workers across Treaty 3 in Northwestern Ontario. When we talk about our treaty, we're talking about two different governments, two different ways of life coming together to work together. And each government has their own sets of beliefs and values, and how are we going to make those work together for our communities so that we can live together and everybody benefits from our territory. When we think about our teachings and we have our meetings and our helpers in front of us, our drums, our pipes, our eagle staffs, our feathers that we carry, in my reflection with elders and those close to me, there's responsibility that we all have when we sit at these drums, when we're asked to smoke our pipes, and when we carry our own unique bundles. Our actions, those of others, and how we carry those teachings in life, but especially with each other. This past weekend, I was asked to be a part of a ceremony that comes from out west in the States. And they were transferring that ceremony to the Anishinaabe people. That was their direction. And that ceremony was given to them to help our people. And I was going there to support a friend. And the importance of our ceremony, it was reinforced because I was carrying some heavy feelings. And I wasn't going there for myself, I was going there to support my friend. I was asked to be present for this ceremony, and our relatives from out west, and then also as far as Mexico, they were there. And being at the ceremony, it lifted those feelings for me. And the confidence in my voice and what I have to share, it's come back, and I feel a lot better after being there. I needed that ceremony, and it's what helped me come back to help fulfill what you guys have asked me to do. I'd like us to approach our discussions with open hearts and minds, recognizing that our differences, they can be a part of our strengths if we're willing to have open discussions, and even if they are hard. Through this understanding, we can bridge the gaps, build trust, and foster collaboration. By valuing each other's perspectives, we create an environment where innovative solutions can come to the forefront and benefit our communities. So I just want to say miigwech for being here today, miigwech for your dedication to your communities, and I'm looking forward to the next few days. Miigwech.
Thank you, Cheyenne. So we'll go into our constituent council updates. I'm going to hand it over to Donna. Just information for the chiefs. Your iPads have all of the information that's that's on the agenda today. So just for your information. Okay, Donna.
All right, miigwech, Derek, miigwech to our leadership here for their remarks, and also to our elders from earlier. Really appreciate hearing that, especially in the spirit of why we're gathered here today. As mentioned, we are going to go into our constituent council updates before we break for lunch. I'm not sure if we'll be able to fit a break in between now and lunch, but we'll see how the updates go. First on our agenda, we have the Miziwe Anaquat, the 2 SLGBTQIA plus council. Do we have members from that council? Okay, I see Kieran, who is going to provide us with an update. So if you can just come up here, yes.
All right. Bonjour. Nijo Kanab the Dishtikas, Hatik Ndodam, Habish Cocaine Nundonji. My name is Kieran Davis. I am a member of the Two Spirit Council. I'm probably one you've seen the most often. Yeah, I will keep it short and simple. We haven't really done too much over this past season, I guess, since the last assembly. But I was able to attend the AFN Annual National Natural Resources Forum hosted by AFN in Calgary in February. And so basically I got to learn more about like natural resources and development as well through that and the impacts on Indigenous communities all across Canada. So I took that and I kind of I learned for myself, but I also learned for the communities back home. And then recently, a couple weeks ago, I was asked to speak, I think, yeah, it was a couple weeks ago. I was asked to speak in Lac Seul on the Moosehide Campaign Day. And if anyone knows what the Moosehide Campaign is, it's a campaign started primarily by men to speak against violence, gender-based violence. And so I was asked to speak and share my story on my own experiences with gender-based violence. And now I have a lot of experience in that, being transgender, but even before before transitioning. And so I was honored to be able to speak in my community about that. Indigenous Services Canada had also asked me to share my story and speak to their staff and employees through their Ishkotu lodge and kind of share how I came to this level of leadership. And then I believe we also had a member of our council attend a gathering last week in Kenora with the economic department. I don't know what they learned, but I know that they were in Kenora for that. So short, simple. We have upcoming events booked in December where the health department will be hosting a 2S LGBTQIA plus event in December to honor Pride throughout the year and create safe space. And we're still working on the name for that, but I think it's Slay All the Way. So, yeah, miigwech.
Oh, can you stay up here for a second? Oh, okay. Miigwech, Kieran. Do we have any questions or comments from the floor here for Kieran while they're up here? Okay, I see none. All right, well, miigwech, thank you for joining us and providing that update to us. Next, I'd like to call upon the Mamawachig Gabawita Ininawug Muns Council. Do we have members here? I believe I seen Daryl earlier. Oh, there you are, Daryl. You can just make your way up here.
Bonjour, Nina Mangat.
Good morning, everybody. New Abo Indigenous Cause, I think I'm doing them. Bejugum Te, show like 14 Donji. My name is Daryl Redsky. I'm also the sit on the Men's Council. And just briefly take up your time to make a report to the nation on the activities and the initiative that we've been working on. Kwego geni na mai ni anish na bem. Ni go geni ni jimine ndaman oe kitijin ndaman gego oe nke geni tagazan. Pichu ni cham chu jimian. Oe geni na ma oe geni na bian oe ngotin ko geni nandamigo inga chanta ko gono ne oe ni nyuk. Kitene ni mina anix ko na go maga onjing skoli ganes. Michu geni no go me wa we bagap mes siang geni oe ni pa banto mi go chanta ko gono ne oe ni nyuk skoli ganes. We go gajimi ni go izing oe nene oe chinata maget chikana maget. John Josh Mouse at 7 hours. I mean, Kay, Union. When you bet Kay, Union, my Egan in a nuke. She got a shake, Ima, and the Gatajan, or I usually mean you go using Sagana, Kajga boy, went away. Chayang, Cajun at the Magang, mind I get away, get the Kiminan, get the Matazian and Sagana. Where you sak. Mi go na ni gan kene ge go e ga bin diga shka me ga ko e mi ze ga mi je bak ken damen o ga tjin daman o e mi ne ko en o ge me chumo shke ga ta pani ga te mi go ga be genin o e petaji kaman e ha shona ga ni ka e nguchite ja me ga sno o ge shpani o ich jiga se go e mi ze a je o e bin diga shka me gan mi ze je bi ga te o na cell phones, andigo TV, tjinjigate oe. Minik mit shunat kamizut ega bindiga totot noe oe. Kawin the skin went oe kabindiga toing. Pepkan ye bunja yaug. Mi trouble to chigazo gitag. Then I'm going to ask our young people ye gabachinda. Chibindiga toat. Mitashu geni gabin kegen mit nakamigizang genin oe gani kagenin gabon kamigisi oe. Oe chimigachi gate gashuna mieje bak oe. Ye ya at I bindigati gate ge. Tane oe nigo benigo men. Tutnamag utapaniga zokshkiag. Utapaniga zogiag. Tikominanik. I guess I'll just now I'm just going to go up to our council update. I feel more comfortable when I speak our language, especially with when I make our reports to the nation, and because it comes from here. It comes from my spirit when I speak our language, especially when I'm in front of our items and our leadership and the people of our nation. And I often have difficulty speaking English because it's to me there's a disconnect when I speak the language, this language, and so forgive me if I don't translate what I said earlier. I think most of the people in here will probably understand what I was talking about, and I'm just going to go straight into my report on the Men's Council. So, so the Mama we Ogachita Cabo Italian Men's Council is an advisory and the leadership council within the governance structure of Treaty 3 Anishinaabe Nation. The council represents the voices, perspectives, teachings, and the priorities of Anishinaabe men across Treaty 3 communities. The council members consist of Bob Calder, First Nation, Nigukusamini First Nation, which represents the East. Charles Perot is from Couchiching First Nation, which represents the South, and myself, Daryl Ritzky from Shoal Lake 40, I sit in the West. Bob Calder and Charles Chas Perot are newly elected through the traditional selection process held on February 27th in Couchiching First Nation. Nathaniel Counselor First of Nacatchewin First Nation was recently elected to serve as a counselor for his community and as a result, stepped down from his role at Grand Council of Treaty 3 Men's Council. We would like to extend our sincere appreciation and gratitude for his hard work, dedication, and valued contributions during his time serving on the council. His commitment and leadership have been greatly valued, and we wish him continued success in his new role serving his community. So the Men's Council continues to provide guidance grounded in traditional knowledge, cultural teachings, and community perspective to support the well-being of First Nations people and communities. The Council remains actively involved in advocacy and initiatives related to justice, housing, health, child welfare, and family wellness, while promoting safety, empowerment, and overall well-being of First Nations men, families, and future generations. Through its work, the Council also supports nation building, leadership development, and community engagement initiatives that strengthen community connections and encourage meaningful participation. In addition, the Men's Council is focused on several key priority areas, including the protection of lands, waters, and natural resources, the preservation and sustainability of rice, participation in drug strategy task force initiatives, and the advancement of education. These priorities reflect the Council's commitment to protecting traditional ways of life, supporting healthier communities, and ensuring that future generations are equipped with the knowledge, leadership, and the cultural foundations necessary to continue this important work. The Council remains dedicated to upholding Anishinaabe values, traditions, and responsibilities for the benefits of the present and future generations. So Men's Councils will focus on continuing to strengthen its role as a voice for First Nations men, families, communities through culturally grounded advocacy, leadership, and community engagement. The Council will continue working alongside leadership, elders, knowledge keepers, and community members to advance initiatives related to justice, housing, health, child welfare, family wellness, while promoting safe, healthy, and empowered communities. Moving forward, the Council will further support nation-building efforts, mentorship opportunities, and leadership development initiatives that encourage active participation, strengthen relationships, and build capacity among current and future generations. The Council will also continue advancing priorities related to the protection of lands, waters, and natural resources, the preservation and sustainability of wild rice, participation in the drug strategy task force initiatives, and the support for education and lifelong learning. Through these efforts, the Men's Council remains committed to upholding Anishinaabe values, protecting traditional knowledge and ways of life, and ensuring that the future generations are equipped with the cultural foundation, skills, leadership necessary to carry the work forward. Misatugang min kenin e an o chijuin de moin nago kenin hapmet kamigizian. Kishpin shoy go nonde go wetet ke go bzani go migo magini mashko ayan.
Miigwech, Daryl. Does anyone have any questions? Chief Kopanez.
Miigwech, Daryl. Mishkrabin, Indigenous Kazmakwan, and Dordem. Last week in Onegaming, we had a staff meeting. We've got about 100 staff or so. And one of our respected elders spoke up and really just essentially said that we're not doing enough for men in Onegaming. And I take full responsibility for that. You know, we've got some really good programs for our children and youth, for our women and girls, but we don't do a lot for the men. And I would like to change that. You know, I do want to acknowledge, when we're talking about wellness, I'm 3,355 days sober today. And we encourage, you know, listen to your remarks about protecting the healthier future generations, ensuring that traditional knowledge. I just wanted to ask, again, because of my own experience, really, if you feel that the Men's Council is being recognized, being listened to, if your priorities are being reflected by the chiefs. Because it was a bit of a surprise to me when I heard that, again, we weren't doing enough back home. And so, again, if there's anything that we can do, and that's probably a question for really all of the councils. Again, are we doing enough as chiefs to support you? That's all. Miigwech.
So I guess to answer your question, I think the support is there, but I find that throughout my own observations over the past several years, there really hasn't been that much support for men to begin with. You look at all the calls to action and what stuff that are happening out there, it's all geared to our sisters and our mothers, the female side, but there really hasn't been much effort in terms of the men. It's slowly starting to develop now, but I think what the Grand Council is doing, I think it's kind of like providing that pathway to start having that conversation, have a bigger picture involved. And I think that's good. We just need to continue. We just need to continue building on that and moving that forward. Any other questions? Oh.
Floor is open. Oh, Chief Wabangi.
Bonjour, miigwech ki tabach moin. Miigwech andan ga ginishnabe moin. Migo ganin gwikshkitoan chisitaman chugagagitoan ke. Miigwech, I just want to say thank you for speaking the language, and also it helps me to, when I hear the language, to understand more and to be able to speak it. Out of respect for other members that might not be able to, I just wondered, like, I know we have a men's council, men's group in the community, and I don't know who the contact would be to invite. I don't know if they've even been invited to the men's group, because I haven't gotten an update from the men, but I'm just wondering who would be the contact to invite your group to the community.
Well, I think through the Grand Council, it'd probably be the one that helps us in terms of support is Karen Foster, is the one that would probably speak to on that. We have had in the past, that's where our original selection process was done in the community. And so I think at the time, I can't recall who was representing the community. But yeah, I think if maybe we can have a conversation later after this, or with Karen or myself. Yeah.
Are there any other comments or questions? Chief Skeed.
Oh.
Anin. Minhogi Gishab, Wabske making it in to go, Ganinin and Dotam. We're just going to give Mandunchi. With it being the National Assembly, I was just giving a question to raise from one of my members of Wajirsko Nigam. What supports or ways of inclusion would the men or other councils like to see to ensure they can carry out their roles?
Sorry, second.
What supports or ways of inclusion would the men or other councils like to see to ensure they can carry out their roles?
I think we need to go back to the beginning and have that. I'll speak just for the Men's Council, obviously, of course. We need to go back and have that conversation with the communities that we represent, and just the men to come together and discuss exactly what it is. And because without their voice is really what guides us in terms of what needs to be addressed and what needs to be done. And initially, when we started the Men's Council, that was very upfront. There was a lot of involvement from the men, and when we had our selection processes, men from different communities would come in. That's where those kind of conversations were identified and addressed. So I think we need to go back to that kind of conversation, so that we feel that we can address those concerns that the men have in our communities. Can you go, yeah? Uh-huh.
Any other comments, questions? Chief Joseph.
Bonjour, Hobart Minigan Indigenous Moose Tutem, Nut Kamiwaning Donji. Calvin Joseph, Chief of Nut Kamiwaning First Nation. I just want to say Miigwech Daryl for sharing some of that info and insight. You know, the one thing for our community and nation, the way we're situated is the roles and responsibilities of our community, whether you're a woman, a man, a child, and our elder. And you know, it's absolutely important to also identify who we are as Anishinaabe people, and to start learning and practicing about where we came from. And you know, being that we have councils at Grand Council, you know, just to speak for our community's sake, it would be important and a good opportunity and practice to bring those things back to our community, to start that engagement so that there's understanding and support levels, whether it's through funding, opportunities or access, or even just to see what other community and nations are doing to strive towards that, you know, what they call Mino Bematizwen, the good life. Because it's time and time again, it's always a good practice to be here with the drums and to acknowledge all the sacred items that are with us. That's who we are, and that's where we come from. So, you know, I'm open to the opportunity of working with these councils to strive towards that. So I just want to share that. Jimmy Gutch.
I'm looking around. Do we have any comments, questions for Daryl? Okay, I don't think I'm seeing any, so Miigwech, Daryl, for your time. So I want to also acknowledge too that if you're following along the agenda, you'll notice that I went from the Two-Spirit Council to the Men's Council. That's not by design, that's actually because I made an error and kind of jumped over to the next group of councils. So I apologize for that. We still need to go through the other two councils.
The youth representative, Mallory, please come on up. Chief Big George will get to you after the presentations. Okay, Miigwech.
Bonjour, good morning, everyone. My name is Mallory McConomy. I'm the Children Youth Policy Analyst at Grand Council Treaty 3, as well as the Youth Executive Council Coordinator. I will be representing the Youth Executive Council today. Unfortunately, the representatives weren't able to make it, but they did prepare a report going over all the meetings, the gatherings, and discussions they've had from Fall Assembly until now. So the department overview. From Fall Assembly until now, the YEC is focused on increasing member involvement, participation, leadership opportunities within community events, gatherings, and initiatives across Treaty 3. Some of the major initiatives have included participation in the Healing Traditions Elders Gathering, supporting discussions related to the proposed Youth Medically Supervised Withdrawal Management Center feasibility study at the Drug Task Force, involvement at the Safer Births Gathering, and we've also have our YEC member Jessica Lee, who's been a part of the First Nations Young People Council, and her involvement in there as well. Throughout these opportunities, the YEC have continued to build their leadership skills, contributing to the youth perspectives and strengthening connections across Treaty 3. Now, I mentioned some of these events that they've been going to, and I do want to go into greater detail about it. For the Safer Births, the YEC attended the Safer Births Gathering to learn more about maternal health, cultural safe care, and supports for Indigenous families and youth. The members did participate in discussions and provide a youth perspective during group discussions. They were also able to attend the Elders Gathering. While they attended the Elders Gathering, they did focus on traditional teachings, ceremonies, language, and honoring elders and the knowledge keepers. They did help support throughout this event by doing note-taking during discussions. We also had involvement at our drug task force, and they participated in discussions related to addictions, recovery support, and the proposed youth medically supervised withdrawal management center feasibility study that is being completed by the Gabor Group. Our YEC member, Jessica, has officially aged out of her role on the Ontario First Nations Young People's Council. There has been communication that has been sent out to other YEC members to see if they would like to take over her role. Right now, I'm just pending to see who would be interested, but I'm hoping another member will take over her role as she is officially aged out and is now 30 years old. One of the other events that we're hoping to host in the future with the YEC is going to be a 2S LGBTQIA+ event. The health department will be hosting it in December to honor Pride throughout the year and create that safe and inclusive space for the 2S LGBTQIA+ folks. Our hope is to invite them to do a presentation on kindness matters. So essentially that would be learning about what is a healthy relationship, what is boundaries, consent, respect, and understanding what that unhealthy relationship would look like. The YEC has acknowledged that in 2027, that will be the end of their term. So currently we're meeting right now to go over terms of reference and discuss how we would like to see the next council be represented in Treaty 3. And that is all I have to present for the YEC. Does anybody have any questions at all?
Thank you, Mallory. Any questions for Mallory regarding the Youth Council? As she mentioned, that she'll be reaching out to communities to fill some of the vacant positions that are required on the Executive Council, because as the youth age out, we need to fill those positions so that you have representation at the regional level and also at the national level, I guess. So those are important positions to fill so that we have a voice from the youth from Grand Council Treaty 3. Any questions or comments? I know Mallory's going to be around here for the next couple of days, so if you have something that comes up, just reach out to her. I'm sure she'll take the time to ask or else take some of your questions and use them with the youth. Okay, thank you, Mallory. Appreciate that. This report's also on your iPad, so everything that she's talking about is on your iPad. Okay, now I'll get the Gagigito Quayuk Women's Council representative to please come on up. And I know we're going to break for lunch after this. I know it's getting a little bit warm in here. It's only going to be 27, 28 degrees out there today, so I have to go out for a little bit of a walk, have a health break, then we'll break for lunch after this report. We do have a couple of things we need to deal with before we break for lunch. Okay, Pam?
Hey, bonjour, good morning. Now I come along, digo. So I'm going to be doing the council report for Kagigituat Ikwayag. But before I start it, I just wanted to say, Gichamigo Chawandam Gainin, keep me Nagoan Samat Chinamati Bian Ama. So I'm really grateful, and I don't take this position lightly. So moving forward in unity, Kagigituat Ikwayog, known as the Women's Council of Grand Council Treaty 3, is a leadership body representing Anishinaabe women within Treaty 3 territory. It plays a key role in promoting women's voices, traditional governance, and gender balance in a decision-making processes across Treaty 3 communities. So the council members right now, all positions have been filled as of December. So moving forward, Rhonda Fisher is from Wapsamung Independent Nation. She's the northern representative. Crystal Harrison Collin is Wabiguni Zaigan. That's Wabigoon. She represents the east. And me, Pamela Big George, I represent the South. I'm from Nangashing. And Brittany Kobanez, she represents the West, and she's from Buffalo Point First Nation. So the updates right now, the council has played a significant leadership and advocacy role through its active involvement in a wide range of gatherings, discussions, and initiatives that directly impact the well-being of Treaty 3 communities. So a lot of the ladies that they've gone to meetings, and we usually write down a lot of the stuff that we listen to the people when they're at these meetings. So we do take down notes, and they become our priorities on stuff that we want to work with the Grand Council with. So participation has ensured that community priorities, cultural values, and traditional teachings remain central within ongoing discussions and decision-making processes. So the council has demonstrated its commitment to justice and accountability through representation at the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal court proceedings regarding the Ontario Final Agreement, and that happened in December. So I was there, and it was a really important and learning process because it affects the child welfare that's happening right now in our communities. So in addition to this, the council members have attended gatherings hosted by Grand Council Treaty 3 that focused on child welfare reform, addressing violence within family systems. Through these engagements, the council has contributed valuable cultural guidance, women-centered perspectives, and community-based knowledge that have informed discussions and strengthened approaches to healing and prevention. The council continued involvement has created meaningful opportunities to provide direction, mentorship, and guidance to the various units within Grand Council Treaty 3. So the next steps are future endeavors and priorities will include a comprehensive review of the terms of reference and ongoing strategic planning initiatives to ensure alignment with organizational goals, accountability, and long-term sustainability to the communities that we serve. Emphasis will also be placed on advancing and prioritizing specific files within Grand Council Treaty 3. So we recently Karen has a list for the chiefs if they want of files that we're going to be focusing on, but not only the directional, the 4 directions. So additional priorities will include continued advocacy in the areas of justice, housing, and child welfare, but it's not limited to those 3 things. There's so many things that we're involved in and can be involved in. So a key focus moving forward will be advocating for affordable housing, enhanced support systems, improved resources for First Nation peoples, and for myself, it's the drug and alcohol, the addiction piece, the mental wellness. I'm really a big advocate for that because my own family has gone through it. And I just wanted to say that I'm really proud of my son who received his 1-year jersey on his sobriety last week. So I'm really proud of my son. So I just wanted to, the questions that were asked, Chief Kopanas, he says, how can we support you? So for me, I would love to get invited to communities. But when I first came on, I started contacting people and I thought, you know what, I feel like I'm being pushy and I want to do this in a respectful way, so invite us. We can do really good work together, and that's why I really love that moving forward in unity, because we can't do this all alone. So when we work as a collective, it's really awesome. And with, I also wanted to just say, take a look at the organizational chart if you can of Grand Council Treaty 3. That's part of our, where we're going to be working on that too. That's about it. I think that's all I have to say. If anybody wants to ask me any questions, you can. Go ahead.
Thank you, Pam. So the floor is open. If anybody have any questions for Pam from the Women's Council? She's doing such an awesome job. They have no questions for her. Pam is a go-getter, so make sure you contact her. She does really want to work with the different communities to extend that arm, because I know that we all need help somewhere, right? And if she can get the support from the communities, it makes it a lot stronger in that community. So thank you again, Pam. Thank you for the good work that you're doing. So just before we break for lunch, I'm going to hand over the mic to Chief Big George.
Bonjour. May Mont Commission Division Cause, Tek Dotem, Nangashing, and Donji. I'd like to take this time to introduce one of my elders from my community. She has something she wants to say to the chiefs in assembly regarding an issue we have on our community. If I can call Joanne Kobanes.
Bonjour. Sini kwende oka. Makomshki kwagende oka. Sini kwaiga. Nimete. Bigalen Bojaya. And I asked Chief Carl Big George to speak regarding the communities with the addiction, drugs that's coming in our community. And violence, abuse in our communities. When things that happen like that, I'm always on call. I see a lot of stuff that's happening in our communities. And it's very hard working as a counselor also. And I'm reaching out to the chiefs of Treaty 3 chiefs and the elders. What can we do to stop that violence? That's the question I wanted to ask. I've been thinking about it every day. Can't even sleep at night. Me and the old man, chops. In fact, I dream about those elders that passed on, Clifford Skeet, Alex Skeet. I dream about those old men smudging by the lake, big feathers like that. So I offered tobacco. Miigwech, when you came to my dream, I needed that. And the reason why here I'm today is with 33 chiefs, as a parent, as a grandmother, a Kitchtakwe from Big Island. I do have a concern every year regarding what's happening in our community. I have talked to the elders, and some elders will tell me, we're doing something wrong. That's what the elder said. We need to do something for our people. I know the government is selling a lot of stuff out there, trying to get rid of our own people, Anishinaabe people. We need to do something. And I wanted to speak so many years in Treaty 3 Assembly like that. And I feel like I need to do it. And because of that, we're losing our young people. I lost my daughter last week. Abuse. She went home with a whole bunch of bruises. I was there every day, 8 to 10:30 at night with her, feeding her. She was very smart. She had 2 universities. She finished her college. She had a pipe. No, she gone home last week. And I'm reaching out today and voice to hear, guys, what we're struggling in Treaty 3. I know you guys have been having meetings, but I don't see no action. We need to do this. We need to fight this. How can we stop that? Drugs coming in our communities. How could we stop alcohol? We do have alcohol, CIBC here. I'm trying to get rid of it. And it's no good. I see people get run over on a road. One of our elder got hit in there and died. That has to stop. I think we need to focus what's happening in our community. And not just my community, it's all over the community. I'm tired. I'm tired of losing our young people. And we need those young people. Because they're the ones that's going to look after us when we go on also. They're the ones that's going to take care of us when we go. And, you know, I have no words. Like, I've been thinking about it, me and the old man. Chops. What can we do? You know? Sometimes I don't even have no words for my clients. When you go for treatment, you have to wait for 3 months. I think we need our own treatment in Treaty 3. We need detox in Treaty 3. I did complain to Detox in Kenora what they did to my client, and it never solved. I sent a complaint letter at the hospital, it never solved, nothing at all. They only said, I'm sorry, what happened. And that's not enough. And it's really, 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 I'm getting scared. In fact, something happened again last night. You know, we gotta watch. And the other thing, though, is when my daughter passed, my daughter was at the Thunder Bay Hospital from Rainy River to Fort Francis, then to Thunder Bay. And then she was in Thunder Bay for 3 weeks. I figured that she was going to survive. She was going to come home. And then when the Treaty 3 police, at first, she was here at first at her house. So this guy called her, can you bring me something to eat? And my daughter is that type of a person to try and help somebody. So she went over there and brought him food. And then she was going to turn around and take off. And she got grabbed from the back, got kicked, dragged in the bedroom. But this guy called the cops on himself. And then he must have forgot to hang up. All they hear is shouting. But Treaty 3, I don't know if they respond to that call right away. So when I was in Thunder Bay with my daughter, 2 weeks, they called me. I want a statement from your daughter. And I told her, Treaty 3, it's not going to happen. My daughter is very sick. You should have done that the minute that guy called you. Why didn't you respond to them right away? Well, why didn't you respond to that call right away? Why? Treaty 3, you know, I don't need to tell you anymore. I said, what my daughter told me, I'm taking her words. You don't listen to other people, what they say, but from my daughter, what happened. I think for me, like Treaty 3 should more response to those calls. They need to do that. You know, we're not like, we're in a stick where we are. For them, like, Treaty 3 will take about 3 hours to get to the community, 4 hours. Sometimes OPP will show up right away. And I'm glad they did show up right away. I think Treaty 3 chiefs should look into that. You know, I'm just raising my voice as a community, as an elder, as a Kitchtakwe from Big Island. I'm not just talking about my daughter. She passed away last week. I'm just concerned to our next generation. What's going to happen to our next generation? I think you guys need to start looking at that next generation. Otherwise, when our kids are seeing violence in their head, is that how we're going to live? That's what they will think. We need elders. Show them in a good way. That's how I was brought up in the bush. They taught me everything when I got to residential school. I seen violence. It took me a long time to heal in residential school. I wanted to help my people. I still do want to help my people. That's why I'm here today, reaching out. And the other thing is like I'm not trying to cause any problems. I'm just reaching out. I need an option. What can we do in our communities? I have talked to an elder from Grassy, same thing. We need to do something ASAP. I know that government, that's what they want. The government wants that, to try and get rid of our own people. I just wanted to reach out and for my voice, each one of you chiefs that are sitting in Treaty 3, and I've never been to this Chiefs Assembly, and this is from my heart to all of you to listen to the communities. I work as an addiction counselor for 32 years now. You know, it's really hard. How could we help our people? That's the question. How could we do coming in our drugs, alcohol in our community? I think we need to do something. If you want to see the next generation, and I want to see that next generation, they're going to be the ones that's going to look after us when we go, when we get old. They're the ones that's going to look after us. To my concern is, and my voice, it's not coming from here, it's coming from my heart. That's how much I care for my people. I love my people. That's how I was brought up by my mom and dad. Help me, Gwech.
Gwech. Thank you, Chief Big George and Joanne, for that message of what's needed in our communities and the hurts that's caused by all these things that are happening, especially when it comes to addictions and drugs and violence. Chief Copanes?
You know, I just wanted to thank the elder for her comments. And I'm really sorry that you lost your daughter. We've had nearly 60 deaths in the past 5 years, and a huge number of them are addiction-related during our state of emergency. You know, I just wanted to raise a point that, and again, I don't want to be, you know, disrespectful to the staff, but we learned in February that the agreement between Bruce Oak Recovery Center and Grand Council Treaty 3 had expired. And we were hoping to use some of those beds for our community members. We struggle as well with waiting lists for people wanting to get into treatment, and that government no longer wants to fund those programs from what we're seeing. And so I just had a question for Grand Council. If there's any intention, and again, it doesn't have to be answered now, if there's any intention of renewing that agreement with Bruce Oak so that we could get those safe, sober beds. Because like the elder said, I don't see a lot of action either. I think that addictions and the environment are probably the two biggest issues facing Treaty 3 right now. You know, when it comes to addictions, I feel like we're facing and seeing a really big die-off right now in our community. So many people that are dying from addictions. And again, I just hope that Grand Council Treaty 3 considers renewing the agreement with Bruce Oak. It'd be helpful for us. And I think we do need an action plan. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief Copanes. That's been noted. Your question regarding the Bruce Oaks, and also, of course, a discussion on the action plan. Okay. Ukichita?
Miigwech. I want to say miigwech to Joanne. My sincere condolences to her and Chops. And some of the questions or comments she made reference to reaching out to elders and stuff like that. A number of years ago, during a wake, Big Island, I had two elders approach myself. And may these guys rest in peace. It was the late Joseph Big George and Jim Handorgan that approached me, asked me questions. And I was honored that they would seek advice from somebody much younger than them. They asked me why our youth were taking their own lives. Why is there so much drugs in our communities? Before I answered them, I told them, you know, with all due respect, I respect you as my elders, my teachers, but from my own upbringing in a community, I never went to residential school. I said to them that we need to bring back the role of the elder's responsibility. Back in the day, we were lectured or provided with teachings on a daily basis. They told us if we did something wrong and how to correct our behavior. And it wasn't meant to be mean. It was meant for us to become good adults when we reached that transition from becoming an adolescent to an adult. Even the concept of, as a young man, we had elder man teachings as well here. I was told that I could not take a wife till I was able to take care of a woman, a girl, meaning I had to take care of the responsibilities of taking in a woman to be your wife. Those teachings or talks were also daily. That's what I mean about our elders. And I don't mean it in a disrespectful way. The responsibilities of our elders need to happen again. And 2 years ago, the Spring Assembly, I made this plea again. I asked leadership again, not with disrespect, I asked leadership if there was something we need to do to deal with what's happening in our community, suicides, attempted suicides, families breaking up because of drugs, alcohol, children left to be taken in by our child welfare systems. That was 2 years ago I asked. And I've even seen where some leaders will not listen to membership about dealing with known bootleggers, drug dealers, because they don't want to lose their popularity vote, or they don't want to implicate their relatives. It might be a cousin, a brother, an auntie, an uncle. I know in my own community, about a year ago now, our elders got together to talk about dealing with bootleggers, drug dealers, and one elder talked them out of it. And that one elder had two of her sons, selling drugs. And that's where it stopped. I know we have an elder from our community here, that's very well respected. That's the problem that we have. We're almost, it's that inability to undertake what needs to happen, and that is to deal with the real issue at hand. That's just what I wanted to say, because I have a hard time. I attend a lot of these wakes, or at least a wake or the funeral, when these things happen. So with that, Chimiwich, Bizindaweg, Haomiwich.
Miigwech Ugichita. Daryl?
Miigwech, I feel I have to speak to this issue. I feel like I have a responsibility to say something about what's been brought up. Kainin abeting just say a few years ago, when I was working for Abinunji Family Services, when I started their mobile crisis team, my daughter was involved in drugs. She was on the street, and she went missing. And I searched. I went to all the drug dealers. I went to everybody that I knew that's involved in this on that level. And nobody had seen her. So one day I was driving back to the office looking for her, and I was driving by Central Park. And there's a stop sign there at the ball field, and there was a blanket on the ground. There was a little lump on the ground underneath the blanket. So you know what? I figured, I'm just going to go pull in and have a look. I went, lifted up the blanket, That was my daughter. She had nothing but skin and bone is what it did, is as far as it got to her, the drugs that our young people are doing nowadays. It's not just marijuana anymore. The drugs that our kids are dealing with is stripping them of their life. My daughter was one of them. I called every organization in Kenora that claims to help our young people. You know, we employ a lot of people in town. We're an industry. You know, I see a lot of people driving big fancy trucks, you know, have big mortgages, you know, that are benefiting off our young people. So I brought this question up one time at our national, I think it was an emergency meeting in Winnipeg. And I'd seen people in a crowd like this. There's people from all over town, like the organizations, and I brought this issue up. I called every organization in Kenora, from detox to you name it, whatever you can think of. And they all hid behind policies. Oh, you got to be 4 days here, 4 days that, you know, like every single organization that the chiefs and the people in here can think of, I called them for help. Nobody came to her aid. The only people that came up to help me, because I had a working relationship, established a rapport with law enforcement, OPP, they were the only ones that stepped up to help me. They had a safe bed program. And so the OPP lady and I took her to the safe bed program. I had her admitted. You know, as a father, and I spoke as a father, not as whatever my job titles were at the time, but I spoke as a father to these people. And you can see the people that were there, they had their head down because I was addressing them. I was addressing those individuals that are supposed to be standing up for our young people. Since then, I made a decision to get involved in protecting our young people. And when it comes to stuff like this, because of my own experience, I didn't want anybody else to go through what I went through. To see their kids dying. Oh yeah, just to close off on that part of the story, I was on my way home from the hospital, from the safe bed program, and the OPP lady calls me and said, Daryl, we're taking your daughter to the hospital. And I said, what's wrong? She barely had enough strength to sign the paper that she needed to sign. And they put her on IVs, and when I got back there, she was had all these things hooked up to her. So I made a commitment to pursue this war against the toxic chemicals, drugs that are coming into our community. I hear this all the time. I'm into this now. I hear it everywhere I go, and I think at the last couple of national assemblies ago, I reported to the nation what I was doing for the last 5 years. I've been fighting drugs and alcohol coming into communities in Manitoba. I've been to 16 communities in Manitoba, doing checkpoints, going to drug dealers, kicking down doors, confiscating drugs. I also mentioned that York Factory was the first community to grab the bull by the horns and deal with it, because their people had enough and told the leadership, you got to do something. And so they did. And that's where it all started. Now every other community is catching on and doing the same thing. I was the oddball in that whole system, because being from Ontario, I was an ambassador of Treaty 3, doing work up there. I was asked to lead the teams based on my experience and my training. As most of you know, I've been doing community safety and security. I'm former military. I've turned all that to help our people. I've led those teams that are out there now that have started. I've trained a lot of those people in those communities. They started their own safety teams. They're using a lot of the material that I've developed to help our communities. And I brought this to our nation a couple of assemblies ago. So we do have people that could do something. And from the conversations that I hear, we're all talking about downstream. Treatment programs, support, that's great, you know, like my daughter really needed that. But that's only part of the problem. We need to look upstream. We need to look at where the stuff is coming in from and stop it. Again, like the analogy I use, these countries, the States and Canada, closing their borders for drugs and alcohol. Well, we need to do the same thing. Our borders are reserve lines. Checkpoints. So the work that I've done in Manitoba for the past 5 years, we established checkpoints. And we search every vehicle, everybody coming into the community. These are the directions that I get from the chiefs. I want you to stop the drugs and alcohol coming from my community. So that's what we've done. And every one of them has been successful. You know, there's been challenges. Charter rights and freedoms and all that. Yeah, those were the first things I thought of too when I was asked by the leadership. So I called my lawyer friend, and he said, you know what, he said, Daryl, as long as the leadership, the government of that nation has asked you to do this, you can do it. Not that I didn't doubt my lawyer buddy. I had to call my OPP friends, and they said, yeah, there's been a precedent set already that this can be done. So there seems to be a fear or a doubt to try to move this issue forward. All I'm saying, we have the pieces, we have the resources, we have the people to be able to address this kind of issue. As hard as it is, you know, I've asked one of my friends who's a chief back home, and he says, well, the fear is because he's related to the people that are doing this. Me, yeah, you know, I submitted a working plan, a proposal to the chief, to the leadership. And in most cases, that's often been the response. But we put our children first. We need to put those things aside. And I think that we need to come up with a solution for that lady that stepped up. We need to move forward in unity. We need to start working together. I had a conversation with Treaty 3 at our last National Assembly. And yet, last year, they gave me I don't know, Citizen of the Year award, Treaty 3. Dani kita batch botog oe kataji kaman. Kawin da shei oe ni kin sotago sig. I don't think they understood what I was talking about. So, sitting here and on my way here, my next plan of action was to go to our law enforcement, the people that I know in OPP, and have this conversation with them to get their support and how to do these things. So I just felt, I felt compelled to speak to this issue because of how close it is to me, and I keep hearing it everywhere. So when the chief asked, what kind of support can we give? I think the answer is clear. We need to formulate some kind of plan where our men, our people, our warriors, Wichita, Quego, Wichita, can stand up and stop allowing these things that are coming into our community, taking the lives of our young people, of our citizens. That needs to stop. And we need to do that as a nation. We need to come up with an answer for that elder. So I guess in a way, Chishan Nagatendamang. Meto any minute, take it on. Like I said, I felt like I needed to say something to the issue because it keeps coming up. We need to keep having a conversation. We need to grab that bull by the horns and deal with it, no matter how tough it is. I placed myself in danger when it comes to dealing with drug dealers. So I have my people wear same way the officers are dressed. Vests for my own safety, for our own safety. And they are trained, trauma trained, they're trained in everything. They're trained in our culture. The only thing I didn't share with these teams that are out there right now copying my work is the traditional aspect of what we do, the spiritual part. When I confiscate meth, coke from these dealers, the chain of custody, I ask the chief, do you want to hang on to this meth? Of course they're going to say no because they don't want the drug dealers going on them. So I asked the RCMP officer, do you want to hold on to what we have caught? And they said no because it represents a stack of paperwork for them. So the chain of custody often ends up with me. And so what we do is we destroy what we confiscate. We burn it. We burn it with the community witness, and it's recorded on camera for transparency and accountability. And we speak to the drug. When we confiscate alcohol, it's the same thing. We speak to the alcohol, because an elder told me when I got into this, Hangwamizan, those things that you are fighting have spirits. It does not want you to come into that community because of what you represent. It's thriving off the young people in that community. Believe me, I've gone through that. I've gone through it already. You know, those spirits are fighting back. The drugs, the spirit of those drugs are fighting back. The spirit of the alcohol is fighting back. But our way, the elder told me, is to speak kindly and respect that drug and respect that alcohol. Don't hate it. You have to respect it and speak to it. So that's the only difference between what our crew does as opposed to the other ones that are trying to follow our model out there. Because we understand the significance of our culture and our traditional responsibilities and what they represent. Sorry for, but like I said, I felt I had to speak to this issue because of how important it is and how close it hit to me, and you know I can relate to anybody else who's speaking this way. Sure, me might have to go any minute. Me go cheek. And I want to thank the Assembly and the chiefs here and the people here for allowing me to speak to this while the opportunity is here. Miigwech.
Miigwech, Daryl. Chief Cummigan, then I'm going to hand it over to Fred, but go ahead, Chief Cummigan.
Bonjour. Pagunegi jigok dishni cause a tikto tam because I got to go mark donji. First of all, I want to acknowledge all the sacred items, the drums, the singers, and all the elders, and thank Chief Lynn Indian for hosting this assembly, and for all the chiefs in attendance today, proxies. See, I manage 2 reserves. There's one by Sioux Narrows, has a population of approximately maybe 150. And then there's the remote side with no road access, maybe about 80 people. But the problem is funding. We only get one community and addictions worker. and that person resides in Dogpaw by Suneros. So she's unable to come to the community, our community. And I've been trying to deal with government for a long time now to try and get another mental health and addictions worker in our community, because having one worker deal with all the problems of, the people that are addicted to drugs and alcohol, they're crying out for help, but she's alone, she's by herself. And it's tiring. It's tiring for her. It's a lot of work. So sometimes it's the people that come to me, those ones that are suffering through addictions, and they come to me and they seek my help, my assistance, and I try and do what I can to help them. And we've had some suicides over the years due to drug addictions. And I don't know whatever happened to the suicide prevention program. Of course, we never got that much from the government for programming and things, so it was very difficult to develop a program that could be tailor-made to the youth and the people in the community. But we have to make the government accountable for what they're doing with all these pharmaceutical companies that are bringing in the drugs, that are selling the drugs, the doctors that are prescribing these drugs to our people. And there has to be a way to stop that. Stop it. We need more people on the ground working for those people that are crying out for help. Sure, I could say I'm doing all this and that, but I can't. I have so many duties and responsibilities to my community. But I feel bad for the workers that need that help, that need additional resources, that need additional bodies to address these issues at the community level. Sure, we have all these organizations out of town that are supposed to be handling our mental health crisis units. But do they come to the community when we actually need them? Do they do anything? All they do is get the funding. They're taking the funding away from our communities. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of seeing that happen. Nothing is happening in our communities to address this issue, this drug and alcohol issue. And we need to do something. We need to make the government more accountable and provide that funding to our people. Because our workers are getting burnt out. Well, we only have one worker for 2 communities, and that's not right. I don't think that's right. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief Cummigan. So I'm going to hand it over to Fred. They're going to be serving lunch as we proceed. Well, After Fred presents, then we'll take a break, then we'll come back for the afternoon. And Don wants to say something after Fred. So Fred? He said we're going to be here till tonight. I'm going to shut off the guy over there. I'm going to talk to him over there. Here you go, Fred.
Take the microphone away from you so you'll won't cut me off. What are you doing over here? You're going to eat ahead of us? I want to talk to you in the softest way that I can, in the kindest way that I can. The issue that was raised here, one of the things I want to caution you about is this. I too have been a chief. I've been a Grand Chief, Wichita. I've been the Regional Director of the Department of Indian Affairs for Ontario, which means, believe it or not, that I was given the responsibility for life of each and every one of you. If at one point in the day that I don't like one of the chiefs, I had the power on behalf of the Minister of Indian Affairs to replace you simply because I didn't like you. That's not kindness. I was there for 2 years. Who can take that kind of responsibility? It's not a responsibility that you want. I came back to Treaty 3. When I was the Grand Chief, I left with the permission of all the chiefs to take on that position. So the issue that's brought up, when I was a chief, I also faced those kinds of frustrations that our people go through. The chiefs have got to do something. Well, we try, don't we, as chiefs? That's why we take on that role. It's called politics, but we don't play politics as chiefs. Each and every one of us has the kindness. There are only 2 words that our people traditionally in governance followed. The Canadian government talks about peace, order, and good government. That's what their system is based on. The United States is based on life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And you see what's happening. We follow politics. That's the kinds of stuff that happens. And so we look towards our brothers and our sisters to do something. And each and every one of us feels frustrated. Yes, we got to do something. What can we do? We're lacking funding. We're lacking these strategies. We lack the attention of government. Does the government really give a damn? I think not. So who cares? We. And on that note, I want to take you away for a minute from your titles as chiefs. And I want to take you away for a few minutes to talk to you about what we are. We talk about the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3. Do we talk about what nation means? Do we know what it means? Well, I'll tell you what it means. It means Ningotote. That's the Anishinaabe word for family, which is a nation. Your individual family, you, your parents, your partner, your children. That's what the English language refers to as a nuclear family. Then they go beyond that, they call it the extended family. Then beyond that, they call it the community. And beyond that, they call it the nation. All that is captured in Anishinaabe in one word, Nikotote. Look at that word, and that's what I'm talking. That's why I got up here to interject in your meals. Because as chiefs, you know how frustrating it is to sometimes when you're continuously said, Chief's got to do something. Well, what can we do as individuals? I have reached that venerable stage where they call me an elder, and I'm honored by that. But the difference is the term elder suggests that the person who is an elder has a connotation of knowledge and wisdom. I wish I had those. I don't have them. But I do have a sense of Nikotote. That means you're all family to me. You're not an assembly. You're Nikotote visiting with one another. You have procedures, yes. There are certain amounts of funding that come through your community that enable you to come here to do what? You go to the band office. Where's the health director? Oh, she's at the band office. What's she doing? Or what is he doing? Writing reports. Well, what about the people that need help? I really don't have time because you're making reports. If you don't have any reports, then you don't get any more funding. Those are the frustrating parts. So we have to revert to our own governance. Now, I'm not going to talk to you about governance, but I want to talk to you about what it is in Nikotote. We talk about suicide. We talk about the passing into the spirit world that we call death. Not one of us in this room is immune from the pain and anguish of watching or having lost a loved one through whatever means that they have departed. We talk about suicide. I lost my son through suicide. I lost nephews through suicide. I have seen communities that have been discovered where a group of young people are sitting around talking about how best they can all go away together. Communal suicide. So, what can we do as chiefs? Well, I'm not here to talk to you about rights. I'm here to talk to you this very moment about duties. And that is my duty to tell you what I am telling you. So please listen carefully what I have to tell you. What can you do about Kishewatazivin? You're doing it because you got it in you. You reach out to one another like you would with your immediate family because the nation is Nikotote. It's a family, not a nation in political terms. From the heart and soul and spirit, there is not one community of Anishinaabe peoples. We are the largest nation north of Mexico, Anishinaabe one. Consists of all the nations, Wabanaki, even the Mi'kmaq, they are that, Anishinaabe, Penobscot. You go back to, and I visited with so many of them. We have 7 communities in Northern California. They don't call them reservations or reserves, they call them rancheros because of the Spanish influence. The Blackfeet, Anishinaabe, those Pequots, and those Sarces, Kainai, Anishinaabe, the Illinois Anishinaabe, and I can go on and on and on reciting all of those. We are Anishinaabe. There are Kickapoo in Texas, Anishinaabe. They're not Kickapoo, because sometimes English people make fun of that when they anglicize it. They call it, you've had enough Kickapoo juice. Kickapoo comes from the word Animkigavo. Those are Anishinaabe. So that's what I'm talking about. But here in our territory, we are the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3, as they called us, but we are Nagotoote. So what do we do? What do we do? I'm going to interrupt your lunch because when you have lost someone, you lose all your appetite. You lose your sense of being, that pain and anguish. You will never get over it as an individual, but you can get through it. So may you have that strength, that peace and comfort of knowing how blessed you were and you are to have had the love of those people who have departed physically. They're still here. There are two things that you can do, and I'm going to ask you to do them. What can the chiefs do? You're going to come together. Now, not wait for funding, not wait for your meals. You're going to do it now. Together as Nagotoote. I want to thank that lady. I want to thank the chief for allowing her to speak. I want to thank that beautiful person here who just spoke in a very oratorical and rhetorical manner, coming from the heart, a pained heart. And I too speak to you with a pained heart. But like I said, we can get through that somehow. There are two things I'm going to ask you to do. I'm going to sing a song that came to me from this lake, Kavaviko. It's not Lake of the Woods, it's Lake of Dunes. And our people gathered here in this territory here that we call Skusiminiziving, Sagetawang, where that Manitou Rapids River flows from Lake Superior, which is called not Lake Superior in Anishinaabe, it's called Anishinaabe-gami. Anishinaabe-gami, the largest lake, the largest freshwater lake in the world. And it's named after us. So we are a very hardy people, or strong people. I want to tell you, we may have lost a few battles, but we have never lost a war. That's how strong and powerful Anishinaabe is, through kindness. So that's the kind of strength, peace, and comfort that I'm appealing to you on when I sing a song. And this song came to me, as I say, from the Thunderbird Island when I was fasting. It's in the middle of the lake. I can tell you all about that lake. I can tell you all about many things about our people. But this is not the time, nor do we have the time. That's why I was jokingly told your chairman, I'll be here till midnight telling you those things. No. Two things, as I say. I'll sing you a song. It's going to be a healing song, and you're going to stand together. And you're going to hold hands. And I'm going to ask you to leave your plates when I give you that signal to come around to the drums over here, stand in a circle. And you're going to hold one another on behalf of the people that you represent. The people in your community that also are going through the pain and anguish of having lost, or you're watching someone who is really sick, and the song says, Pinesiwag, Kiganandawa Igananig, Pimatasiwin, Kigamini Gonanig. Animikig, Iganov Megonanig, Yashavini Gonanig, Saga Quag Femi Jang. You understand what those means. And this is not only to our chiefs and their people, but to the people that support us, including the staff, because they too are not immune from any one of these things that we're talking about. And that's why I say, I come to you with the intention of the kindest heart that I can manage and share that with you. Tonight, before we all go home, I'm going to ask those people that know how to do this to prepare a spirit dish. And before we adjourn tonight, we're going to do a song as well. For those people who have gone on, many ancestors that we have lost, many children that we have lost, we're going to feast with them in a traditional, in a grieving manner before we go home tonight. You need any funding for that? You need any programs for that? No. You just need your compassion, your support, and your love for one another. That's what we're going to do, so I shall attempt to sing the song. So I'm going to ask all of you chiefs to come around and stand in a circle. I need a drumstick. Is there one here?
If we can have all the chiefs come to the inner circle, Fred's going to do the song to help us with this process this morning.
Another jazz drummer.
Chiefs and proxies.
Any other one of you that want to join these chiefs? Come in a circle. And before I do that, I want to tell you, I want to sense the duties. This is a drum that I gave to the chiefs. I had a vision, again, from that island. I had Mishakianakot, Steve Kijik, prepare this. And also that eagle staff had to be white. And I'll talk about that some other time, but I just why I'm using this particular drum, okay? And hold a pipe. So you can join me after, okay? After a bit, yeah. Venesiwa, yananda wegonane, vematisiwe, nigamini gonane, ya ehwea, ya ehwea, ya ehwea, ya ehwea. Anemeki Okay, join hands, give each other a big hug, and then finish your meals. And tonight, before we adjourn, as I say, we're going to put some food on a fire to feast our loved ones who have gone on, because they're still with us. Miigwech.
Thank you. Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Fred.
Give each other a big hug, but don't get emotionally involved.
After lunch? You want to speak after lunch or? Okay. Elder Don also wants to share a little bit also before we break. I know Chief Carey wants to speak a little bit on the topic also. Elder Don? If I could just have a couple more minutes.
Bonjour, de Marganetuk.
Hang on, Don. Can I have your attention, please? We have Elder Don that wants to share a little bit. If you have a conversation and you want to take it, can you just take it outside? Our Elder Don is going to speak. I'm going to have Chief Carey speak after that, and then we're going to break for a little bit. I know that we went over lunch, so we'll take a break after Chief Carey speaks. But I want to have Elder Don share a little bit this morning. Thank you.
Bonjour, de Marganetuk. Achina at the Goma, Kenin, Yagizmin in them. Greatest way in Miguetia are Wakiazi. Way, Nagamon, may Joganin Yangi Nondan, Nagamon no way. Kai Kamachi got take. Mitish away. Nitajima, Jina. Nos kajin ponji koneas kijin kazo. Nos hajagian ki. Pijeo to teman pamatish. Ngachagizan mijim nitajima ama. Ski away ki niu mate kian kit. Panego ugi wikunge ton kinagego. Mite she ki zigong kini zigong mima wikung etot winzwin ki winzwin nanik awege ki tot nanik ki tapni kazi nanik ki tiju nanik kina gego sago ugi wikung eton migo ge guting ugi tijindan awega sunag igota anishnabe 우리 위크에 돈쓰고게 예. 미국에 개고 지금 민노 나국 니간 쉽게 왜 미는 거 우리 위크에 돈은 미국에 뭐 넣으면 미국에 개고 we didn't get marja moves wawashkeshi kigog weitish habeting ginonda we skenongam kasnagi going away machimshkike migo ye ske ogita jindan ogita jimon easy otanang giwi kunget otanang itin opeming ogi kite nagot kego miteshie stam itigi giwi kunget mi ye good thing you go away kiashin you get the nishnabe we go gay kispen mi maj tota ta nishnabe gego skaga makte naga gego sago kama natak mi ye ugi ko geton tagasna manachi shinam mite she nongom no mai go geni nia gi poi chigego migo daga gaita kitata nos oe kian kit chibaan kit gikanon nigonan apigo gabemotsen kini bain dig mite she kenin go no mai go oe gipoi chigego mi go oe nos mi wen go enen the man oe isko genin es chigean ma we can get donan kinagego kawin kabi kino moik sago we just get in one the man we got makte nago kete no peming goche mi e ma chimshkike kasnagi got anishnabe skete shie mi e wind my nogok mi touch more no we be asking on da beje ka ni ki kage gitota Away, my Jim Shkiki in Nagok. Oh, Tagasna. Tagasnam, Munachishinam. Can go get Kitsi, Jimmy Gartan Gago. When you get to Jiman, who get to Jindani, when we go. Gago. Kimashi go not Yagiego, good thing. Me to say, hey, we win the Magi answer away. We should get no my go get away. Give Jamie to cheese canning. Give away to Emin, and in KG. Jimino Segi Bonima, Yitiga, Unjian, Niki goes in canning. And this gay, Hajumagi to batch more go. Yeah, Magic Giga Magic none away. But Jim Skike. Minikoen, Kinogego Sago, come on, attack. It is young, you mean go and just Mishkike. Mishkike away, where Makinak. Kippy pin the gay, Kippy Gagi gito. It is yeah, when you mean go and job just doing, I'm a quishina. I'm a quishina. Where gay? Bakojibek. When the key you in the Wagonan, say no crazy again, it ain't dying. Go just go in no crazy again. You go game it all, Pinjay Matotsoning. Me, yeah, Jab Jeton, Yamskiki, Kaway away. It are Gagis the Ma away, Mick. Garnish me away, how much Keeman away. We get him in that which again, but Takamig, Magay. Good Kamigabang Gucci, we send in me, Jim, Pagichigan. When any Gagis tagos the end, yeah. Me just said, Chag is a monkey, no crazy again. Pagi, Kitakut to go none away. Mashkike. Me, and K. Gabi, just a gang iti, Count Gian. We go gay, near Kambacha, Naran Gutasa. Be me on the Shinabe go be me to now away my tutsunan. Me just young you in the Margo, Jabami again, Wamskike, Matoto what again, Shinabeg. Chuichi going sa, where Kitanaka is out, Ma, Kimototo what me and cage up Chikate. Skemage, beating Waka, gunning any bind. Me go no crazy one away and dying. Pakakunan away, squandem. Pakakunan gay was set chigan. No crazy gains, you shouldn't need Chinese in the bat pecan, the bailing ma and dying. Chibak in the man way was set chigan. Go chit in your nap, take a year. Come on, take a contain agok here. Me, in the K, hey, win the Margo wang, me to say young, it nigga goes in carning. You go get ma, gives me in them, gives me way up to a gear, me, nation up at you way. Me, Tom, get to go away. When the K much died, Kishping go me away. Come, Jimmy, me and the K Gabi. Win the Margo 1 year, kiss me well just 2 year. Ma, up second the new gay and say be born by the newborn down in the cushion on the air. You go, yeah, where my coachy Vicky and the gal down and away. You know, this year we begish and get 2 year, we got win the Margo on ma. You know, you go, Jimmy go, great Jimmy go, yeah, kids Zimmy now. We know in the cage, Koe, you we can get to watch, you gagi stagos out, Koe, the boy Pagichi out, Koe, Sago away. When the K, Jiminachi going away, Jim Kimi and the K, as it the batch one. We mark highway, Gashaganashi Machina. So I just wanted to share some information that we, in our community, in regards to the drug crisis, the drug problem, well, first of all, I mentioned that I used to sit with my father when he used to do the spring ceremonies, when he used to feast our names, our items, our namesake items, all our things that we use in our way. If we are dancing in a powwow, to feast everything. And so, back in those days, they used to feast also things that were not good in our culture, not good in our ways. It could be jealousy, it could be, people talking bad about each other. It could be anything negative in our community. We do sometimes had a lot of that. So back in those days, those were some of the issues when my father used to do the ceremonies. I also mentioned I'm going to share some food and tobacco and gift and burn them in the fire, because I'm talking about my late father. So that's what I'm going to do. So in those times, he used to feast, and he used to talk about the negative stuff while he was doing ceremony, that he would see something black in the background, And so he would honor that as well. He would feast that as well, that it doesn't get any closer, that it doesn't harm us. And so today, the issue, if you want to follow the spiritual way of starting any kind of campaign against the drug issue, I'm asking or sharing this with you, with the chiefs, to take that back to your communities, to have your elders do their ceremonies, to have your elders feast the negative stuff. So the negative stuff in this way, just not too long ago, I had the same vision that I also feast items for my family, for the community. And lately I had that vision that there was this dark cloud in the background. That was the negative spirit that was in charge of the drugs, alcohol, all the negative stuff that we have. And I did hear Daryl mention that he brought back the memory that I was always told not to use negative words, because that spirit is very strong. Daryl mentioned that it fights back. So we have to say, Manachishinam, please stay away from us, to use that kind of language. Because as you use negative language to that negative spirit, it'll become stronger. It'll become stronger in our communities. So it's for us to be kind and gentle and say, Manachishinam, please stay away from our community. You also need to do the human aspect of it, to take charge. And the ceremony that was done earlier here all benefit the issue at hand that we're talking about, the drugs in our community. And so the medicine that we got from a shake tent was that bear root and the beaver castor. We went to ceremony to ask about that, and that's the medicine we were given. First, we had to honor the beaver. We had to make our offerings to the ground for the bear root, and to smudge. Whenever you smudge with noquezigan, with sage, to add a little bit, a pinch of it, in your homes, in your houses, and where your kids sleep. They said to open the window, to open the door, let that dark stuff out, let it out, let it out. And I was also told to share this medicine with other sweat lodge keepers in our community. I think we have about 5 or 6 sweat lodge keepers in our community. And I'm a trapper. I've trapped for over 40 years on the same trap line. So I do carry a lot of beaver castor. I share it with our people that want it. There's bear root you can get in a lot of different places. So you add those two. So what I was told by the Spirit is that if all the sweat lodges were worked together at the same time, that would be a powerful force to get rid of the negative stuff in our community. And they said not to do it just once, to keep doing it wherever the problem persists, to keep doing that ceremony and to honor the Kinak spirit for sharing that information with us to help with the addictions that we have using the Anishinaabe way, and also to collaborate, to work together with other forms that we need to do to keep us safe, to keep us drug-free, alcohol-free in our communities. So I just wanted to share that information. I've shared that information several times, and I say the same thing all the time. I don't get mad. Oh, not yet anyway.
Miigwech, Don, thank you for that. About a hand. Chief Carey, and then we're going to take a break, so we'll have Chief Carey speak.
Bonjour. Minoe gonna be condition cause beva mate gishuke my ingani quenske nigani benesi can go. Washash can do them. Get you on dunji. Mitegan de shitagui. Poini migo chitagus. Migoch de nag. And goegi get the zimina nigagi pakinigi out the manongum. Minno no in up chiganan. O maga which chigat taken day way ganag nakamanag. Migunag, poganag. Mina welgi makan, ma chief Lin Indian. O maga on jeet, miigwech dina. O wegi nakabigis at enongum. Miigwech gain dina Fred. Miigwech get Don. I just wanted to acknowledge how this topic of addictions is always a very difficult one, but it's always an important one that we can't overlook. And I'm really glad that it was brought forward again today. We hear about this issue at almost every assembly. You know, the crisis that we're dealing with in our communities and as a nation. And I want to acknowledge Joanne Kobanes. I extend my heartfelt condolences to you and your family on the loss of your gitanis. I lost my son 5 years ago to addiction. He died of an overdose. And I can tell you that's the most difficult journey, personal journey, to watch, to feel and experience. So I send my heart from my mama heart to yours. I extend my condolences. And again, I acknowledge how complex our addictions are. And I also want to acknowledge another area that she brought forward. One is the addictions, and the second one is the violence that's experienced by our women in our own communities and outside of our communities, and our obligation for accountability in that respective area, and the supports that are required by our women in creating those safe spaces in our communities for our young women that are watching us in how we govern our communities and how we deal with sexual assault and sexual abuse in our communities. So I'm really grateful that you brought that issue forward. I just wanted to state from a community standpoint, you know, I think there's two approaches. One is the community-based approaches that we take individually within our communities on how we deal with addictions. As an example, for us, we declared a state of emergency in May of 2022. We passed an inherent law that assists us with governing how we want to govern, how we want to manage, how we want to deal with addiction in our community. And we take a multifaceted approach. It's not just one of punishment, it's also one of restitution, rehabilitation, support. We do a lot of prevention. We do community safety. We do Anishinaabe resolution processes when it's appropriate. We've hired community safety officers. We have a community safety team. We have community-based supports. We bring in community-based grief programs. We hire our own mental health professionals. We pay a lot of money to do that type of work, to save the lives of our members. We also pay for treatment to ensure treatment accessibility is fast and quick. So when a person says, I want to go to treatment, we have an outreach team that jumps in and they take the steps they need. So those are just a number of things, and it's cost us quite a bit of funds, but we've been prepared to pay that because we've also lost a lot of lives. For a small community like mine, we were around 42 losses, 5 of which were only succession of life type losses, meaning they were elderly and their lives were lost to natural causes, cancer, heart attack, and the rest were younger losses. But I'm also proud to say on the positive side, in the last 2 months, we've had about 12 people ranging from 15 to 40 attending treatment right across the country. And that's how many people are asking for help in my community now, because we keep sharing that message. We try to set an example as leadership of our ceremonies, maintaining a sober life, promoting wellness, because as leaders, we set the examples in our communities too. So we do a lot of that. And I think from a nation standpoint, we did declare a state of emergency in the last year or so, acknowledging this mental health and addictions crisis. I think it's important to continue working on our Nakunigiwinan, our Anishinaabe laws, which empower our communities to do the work that we need to do, and get away from the mainstream way of dealing with addictions and mental health. I also want to acknowledge our ceremonies, the power of our traditional processes, our traditional protocols, our songs, our ceremonies, our medicines, and the words that are spoken by our elders are so powerful. And you felt that here today. I could feel that here today with the ceremony that was done by Fred, and how uplifting and empowering our ceremonies are when they're done in that good way. So I just wanted to share that, and I also would recommend that our respective councils take note of the information that was shared here, because I think it's a collaborative effort when it comes to dealing with the complexity of addictions. And I'm always a big advocate for addictions, because like I said, my own son lost that battle, and in the last 5 years of his life, his battle was a very complex one. And it opened my eyes to how complex addictions actually are. So I just wanted to state that my support for any initiatives that are dealing with addictions and wellness and mental health. And miigwech to Joanne and Chops. I don't know what Chops' real name is. I know him as Chops. Robert. I want to extend my condolences to you and your family and your community for the loss of your Donis. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. So before we take a break, I just wanted to acknowledge Chief Jim Leonard from Rainy River, and also Chief Dean Counselor from Saskatchewan. So we're now at 1:25, so we'll have you call back for 2 o'clock. We'll get the drum to call you back and take a 35-minute lunch break, stretch break, bathroom break, coffee break. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
All right, Miigwech, thank you to our community drum, Shunya Benez, for rendering us that song, bringing us back in a good way. Welcome back, everyone, from your break. I hope you took some time to sit outside enjoying some of that beautiful weather. I know that there's a bit of warmth in here this afternoon, and then especially after that beautiful lunch put on by the community, we're naturally gonna feel a bit, I don't wanna say sleepy, but it may take a while for us to, may be some work for us to be more alert. So looking forward to some lively updates this afternoon, just to kind of keep our energies up. Before we go into those updates, we had a request. Kieran Davis wanted to come up here and just take a moment of our time to provide a comment. As they make their way up here, I just wanted to remind everyone that supper is going to be held here this evening, I believe at 5 o'clock, and transportation will leave here after supper back to the hotels. Transportation is also provided tomorrow morning, leaving from Rendezvous at 6:30 a.m. and Studio 6 at 6:45 a.m. I'll hand things over to Kieran.
I just wanted to come up here and answer some of the questions. I know there's some chiefs who had asked questions to the men's and the women's council there for all councils and the youth. I just wanted to answer, how do we need support from the chiefs, from Grand Council? And I think the biggest thing is we need to be given space and we need to not be forgotten. And I know to us, LGBTQIA+, it's a long acronym, but it's inclusive, and that all the letters in that acronym mean something, and we all mean something in this room. And so I appreciate everyone trying their best to say the whole acronym, and I appreciate everyone who includes us, but I just wanted to say that, we need to not be left out when listing all of the councils or when there's events in communities. And when I was speaking earlier, that Laxul had invited me, it's because they're trying their best to be inclusive. And so I urge each and every community to, invite our Two-Spirit Council. Now, it's not always gonna be just me, because, for these types of things, I have to take time off work, and that's my vacation hours, that's my overtime, and that's my personal days. But, to make space in their communities, have inclusive anything, really, like make sure that your people feel safe when they come to you. And a lot of the leadership here ensures that. And so I just want to thank you and answer some of the questions there. Thank you.
Miigwech, Kieran. As I had mentioned, we're going to go into our updates from the groups that make up part of the 4-directional model. So we are going to start with the Cultural Chiefs update. So do we have members of the Cultural Chiefs up here available to do their update? Cultural Chiefs, if you can approach the head table here, that might be easier. Do you guys have a presentation or anything, or is it a verbal update? You want the technicians up here? Cultural technicians, okay. And if we can also ask the technicians that are part of the Cultural Chiefs, if you can also make your way up here. So just a housekeeping rule that I was told just with regarding some of the water coolers. I think the one on the far wall, but I'm not sure if that's the case for the other ones, but that one was kind of overflowing and got the floor a bit wet. So just be mindful of where you're walking, just making sure that you don't slip and fall. As Chief Lynn Indian had mentioned today, there are no, are trying to limit the use of plastic cutlery, so water and what have you. There are cups available for those waters.
Hanin, good afternoon. My name is Chris Geed still, and I'm the chief of Wajishko Nigam and part of the Cultural Chiefs Committee. Miigwech.
And I'm Lynn Indian, still. So I sit on the Cultural Chiefs Committee, and we've asked the technicians to do the presentations. Miigwech.
Bonjour, Makate Gwan Gwingwana Gay Kwe, Name Indodam, Beijing Medeo Iskatwazegan Indonji. I'm the newest Director of Justice. I just passed my 3-month probation on May 23rd, so I think maybe Grand Council is keeping me, so miigwech.
Bonjour, Larry Morrison, Treaty Rights Research.
Bonjour, Diana Cowley, Education.
Haley Jacklack, the IRS Interim Lead.
And I am Logan Haney, the Bail Residency Project Coordinator, and I think Bev is keeping me as well.
Okay, I'll go first. Okay, I'll be the first one. Bonjour. Gigega bigabo indigo. Wajosh nadotem. My English name is Larry Morrison. I work with Treaty Rights Research. I've been there since a few years, anyhow. Let's just say a few years. But I didn't want to take up too much of the time, and we do have our one of our researchers online too. So if there's any questions after the presentation, we can certainly try and entertain them as best as we could. For my update, it's going to be just the one issue. I know we've been expressing and fighting for our funding, I guess, for a couple of years now. And just to give a little bit of a background on some of the issues, since Canada has chronically underfunded the claims process since it was created in the 1980s. And most recently in 2014, the Harper government cut funding by as much as 60%. It was not only until fiscal year 2018-2019 that the Trudeau government agreed to return funding back up to the $12 million per string. I think it was for up till for 5 years anyhow, which basically topped it up $8 million from the $4 million that was previous. And between 2018, 2019, and fiscal year 2021-22, Canada has not fulfilled all requests for funding even though they had the money to provide all the TAR programs and the First Nations right across the country to conduct research independently. While we acknowledge the funding research of the specific claims and to support all the First Nations in participating in the program, some of the CRU, the Central Research Units staff, warned Canada that we believe that we could lead to a large increase in the number of applications and an increase in the amount of funding sought by the First Nations. In fiscal year 2023-24, the predictions were proven correct. Canada received a number of record proposals seeking over $30 million for funding support. But still, Canada only had the $12 million purse to share. So this led to 75 of the First Nations for being barred from applying for any kind of funding, even though that they were already in the process of the research process to almost submission to Canada. Around this time too, the Central Research Unit staff were able to assess Canada's own anonymized funding data and were able to demonstrate that Canada had the information to be able to predict the outcome, and also use this data to forecast what's next 5 years could possibly look like as well. But like I said, I don't want to take up too much time, and I'll just skip over to some of the budgets for this fiscal year. I know they were going to try and get back with a letter of offer for our funding either late May and early June, but to this day, we still haven't received word on any funding. In November, the budget was announced. Canada did not set aside additional funding to support the claims program. This led to the delay of opening of all call for proposals for the 26-27 season. Usually we get that letter in early January, and then for a submission for January 31st to have our 26-27 application in. But this year I think it was like March 18th that we submitted our application for funding. And to this day, we still haven't received word on whether any funding is confirmed anywhere for the claims process. Advocacy via open letter writing campaigns continued in February, and call for proposals opened. And then at the end of April 26th, the spring economic statement was released, confirming that a top-up of $3 million being the total funding for this year was totaling $7 million for fiscal year 26-27. But this, again, is a shortfall because there was a number of applications that were increased to 210 applications for this fiscal year, totaling a number of 1,389 claims for those applications. And then that totaled $42.5 million sought after by the First Nations. So quite simply, there's not enough funding to support the needs expressed by the First Nations. Funding offers well, like I said, were stated to be released late May or early June. And we, like I said, we haven't heard anything yet, but hopefully we can get direction from the chiefs here as to what we want to do, because it affects everyone. And I don't know, we just need to encourage the First Nations write to the Prime Minister Carney, calling on the equitable funding of this program so all the First Nations who are seeking funding can access funds to complete the important research on behalf of the First Nations. But with that, that's it. That's my presentation. Miigwech. I'll take questions after.
Bonjour again. Makate Gwingwana Gekwe. So, you know, this is my third month being in as the Director of Justice, and I just want to acknowledge our drums and our sacred items that are here, and our knowledge keepers for sharing our teachings. I always listen as I'm learning every day on our teachings, and I also want to say miigwech to Karen for giving me this feather to help me conduct the work with justice. So I'll just get into my report. So as you know, it looks like it's from the reporting period of October 6, 2025 to May 22 of 2026. Even though I started February 23rd, 2026, I will share the report. So the department overview states over the past 18 years, Grand Council of Treaty 3 Justice has expanded from a small team of 4 staff managing 2 programs across 4 communities into a department with 35 members. The department now operates out of its main offices in Kenora, Dryden, and Fort Francis, with satellite offices serving communities in Wabsmung, Grassy Narrows, and Lac Sewell. So I did work here in Grand Council of Treaty 3, the Kakewasia Justice Services, as a GLADU writer. So I developed the GLADU program for Treaty 3. And then that historical information, you know, the names of the former workers, Rhonda Kelly, who facilitated the Community Justice Project, along with Mary Alice Smith. I think Dean was part of this department as well, this project, along with David Lindsay. Did a little bit of work as part of that. And then the resulting was that Arthur Humanek came into this role, and then it just seemed to have increased. So when I was a GLADU writer, there was only 6 of us. And when I left to work for Abenuchi Family Services, there was 22 workers. So with Arthur and his hard work, along with Alicia, you know, Alicia started a year after me in justice, and so the work that she's also done for this department is, you know, is amazing. It's amazing, good work. I think that, you know, with our restorative justice work that we're doing, it shows. We are, at this point, trying to reorganize, regroup, so that we can hire additional staff for our department. I like to see more Anishinaabe youth come into our program, you know, develop that mentoring and teaching them how to do this work. You know, to me, that's important, but also supporting our communities. I want us to be in our communities more to support our community members going through the court system. So again, with the staffing updates, you know, Alicia McLeod transitioned from the Director of Justice to the Executive Business Administrator, and at our staff retreat in March, we did acknowledge her 10 years of service with Justice Department, and we provided her some flowers and a photo collage of her work over the years. Currently, there are 14 vacant roles across our offices, and it's in a variety of frontline positions. Our next tab is the Chiefs and Assembly resolution updates. So Chiefs Assembly 1029, access to justice, enhancing and enlarging the justice initiative to include more projects and services. That's ongoing. And then our second resolution is the 1302, Grand Council Treaty Number 3, entering a memorandum of understanding with the Province of Ontario Ministry of Attorney General's Office regarding existing and future justice initiatives in Treaty Number 3. Again, that's ongoing in the work that we provide. The Resolution 2515, enhancing community-led Indigenous bail supports in Treaty 3. This is in progress. Project initiative updates. Indigenous bail bed program. I brought my colleague here, Logan Bailey, and she is our bail bed project coordinator, and we have attached as part of our assembly documents a briefing note on the update of that project. So the Treaty 3 community impact, and I guess what that means by is some of the events that we've provided. So, and I think this was in collaboration with other community resources. We supported the Fort Frances area with the missing and murdered and Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit walk and barbecue. And this was a great way to honor those who have not made it home. We stood in strength and hope. Although it is bittersweet day, it's always nice to come together and see familiar faces joining such an important cause. Partnered with Treaty 3 Police, OPP, United Native Friendship Center, Wichi, Gishkandago Ikwe Health Services, Manji Iwin Project, Women's Shelter of Hope, Northwest Health Unit, CMHA, Northwest Ontario Métis Child and Family Services. Further to our community engagement was we did our Restored Justice Week, and in that we celebrate on the third week of every November. This theme was celebrating progress, shaping the future. This year, staff hosted lunch and learns in various regional hubs, educating the public on what restorative justice is and how to access it. Each presentation returned to the principle of Anishinaabe and Nakanagiwin. National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. On December 6th, the Indigenous Support Network team partnered with local women's organizations to honor National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, commemorating the 14 women murdered at Polytechnique, Montreal in 1989. It is a National Day of Action aimed at ending gender-based violence. Locally, we remember those with the missing and murdered Indigenous girls, women, Two-Spirit. The Maingan Youth Camp. Over the March break, the department, in partnership with the Health Department and Treaty 3 Police, supported the Maingan Youth Camp. Throughout the week, participants built meaningful relationships with local emergency services in Kenora. They also learned land-based cultural teachings to root them in their Anishinaabe culture. The Bangi Bakwendan Have a Small Bite Lunch and Learns is held monthly basis, where a series of speakers invited to present on a topic covering aspects of Indigenous culture and teachings. Everyone is welcome to have a small bite with us and engage in meaningful dialogue with the speakers. Recent topics have included restorative justice, centering victims, eagle feather teachings, and this was done through at the Kenora Justice Center for Youth. Victims and Survivors of Crime Week, and an annual Canadian Awareness Initiative held May 10th to 16th that highlights the issues facing victims and survivors, their families, and the available support services. It recognizes the resilience of survivors and the work of service providers. The Justice Department celebrated the week by offering the power of expression, painting with Roxanne Piccinese, She has her Anishinaabe name, but Beijig Anungo Kwe. Roxanne is a community justice worker, and she was able to travel across Treaty 3 and share her artistic gifts with the nation. Roxanne's art and her practices blend personal biography with humor, cultural belonging, social to critiques to engage reviewers in social conversations. She was able to connect with participants and guide them on their artistic journeys, expressing themselves holistically. Upcoming work, the Indigenous Bail Residency Program, or the Bail Bed Program, hopes to have a soft launch. We're saying summer, at the end of summer 2026, possibly early fall. An official opening ceremony will occur to ensure things are done in a good way. Some of the challenges and considerations. In November 2025, there was a temporary pause on new client referrals for the GLADU program due to staffing capacity. At this time, we have one GLADU writer, and the pause continues until more can be hired. At this time, we have no GLADU writers. So we're looking at our staffing issues within our Justice Department, and we're slowly addressing those. We're slowly conducting interviews, we're selecting applicants, and that's where our managers come in and are doing that work. Department highlights, Ontario Bar Association, the Kenora Justice Center, Gana Naga Wabadang, has been honored with the Ontario Bar Association President's Award in recognition of its innovative, community-driven approach to justice. This award was presented on April 28th by the Ontario Bar Association President Katie Comiso to Ogichida Francis Kavanagh on behalf of Grand Council Treaty 3, alongside Dana Aaron, Executive Director of Justice Centers, Office of the Assistant Deputy General, Criminal Law Division, and His Worship David Gibson, Regional Justice with the Ministry of Attorney General. Gananag Wabadung Kenora Justice Center, since its inception, has made an impact to reduce property crime rates and recidivism in the 12 to 24 age group by 70%. Internally, we've developed some new forms, and the management with each program team in January and February reviewed current processes and to gather information on what needed improvement. This included streamlining the processes into a singular form with singular file coding system across the department. This will allow for easier data collection, which may be used for advocating for funds for specific issues affecting Treaty 3. That's the end of my report. I'm going to pass the microphone over to Logan Haney, who's going to present on the Bail Bed program, or Bail Bed project, and I'll let her take it from there. Miigwech.
Thank you. Bonjour, my name is Logan. You may have seen me in your communities previously. I did work for Treaty 3 Police Service. I do now actually work for Grand Council Treaty Number 3. My passion has always been working within the communities and for the people, and I am very passionate about bail. I was hired in February of 2026, so I've been working diligently on this project, and we have made some advancement with it. So I have actually put in all the formal documentation to the government. Part of my job was to ensure that we have a sustainable project and also that we build capacity. It not only means this bail project, but it also means bail as a whole. So we have the residential portion, but we also actually have community supervision as well. So connecting that across all of Treaty 3 is something that I have been working on. At this time, we've also connected with our formal partners. So we will be working with the Kenora District Services Board. They are the landlords for the residents, as well as the Ministry of the Attorney General, the IJD Department, the Indigenous Justice Department. So we are moving forward with all of this, and a lot of my job is building those policies and protocols, the system, and building that capacity so that when we operationalize, that we move forward in a good way, that we support the individuals that will be attending the residents, that we support bail rights, so that
We have a community first initiative too, that we look at reintegration, that, when I'm supporting the individuals and the residents, I'm also supporting the staff there, having appropriate onboarding. We discussed liability and risk management. A lot of that is, ensuring that when we open, we have that capacity built in through our onboarding. So it's not just, you're hired and you just start off. We're gonna have some intensive training to start off. But to ensure that we do this in a good way too, I'm building a lot of those systemic pathways now so that when we open, the staff don't have to do all that work, because often when we start a new job, we're building those pathways. I'm going to build them for them ahead of time, create those relationships, do those warm handoffs so that we can move forward. And I hope to see a lot of you when we do our grand opening. And if you have any questions now or later on, feel free to reach out to me at any time.
Bonjour, everybody. Inabe Mikinak Indigo, Mikinak Nindontam, Not Kemigwaning Nindonji, Nijo Mede. Bonjour, everyone. Chiefs in Assembly, our cultural chiefs, elders, counselors, and relatives. Diana Cowley, Dijnikaz, Miigwech to Big Grassy River for hosting us, and the opportunity to provide a brief update from the Education Department for the reporting period of fall 2025 to spring 2026. So I'll just focus on the mandates that we were working on at this time, which is advancing the Treaty 3 education law, supporting Anishinaabe-Mowin revitalization, strengthening traditional knowledge, curriculum foundations, stabilizing EPP programming, and continuing bilateral work to improve supports for our learners in provincially funded schools. So over the period, education advanced education priorities through coordinated policy, engagement planning, and program sustainability. So the main shift is that we are aligning long-standing mandates. So there was about 33 to 35 resolutions that have been outstanding, and we kind of grouped it together under one coordinated stage called Stage 1. And it's an engagement approach for 2026-2027. So communities are not overburdened with multiple overlapping processes. So it's going to be land, culture, and language. So for Treaty 3 education law, what Stage 1 means and what is the task force. So on the education law, Stage 1 is about going into community to listen, to gather community feedback, perspectives, and direction on what the Treaty 3 education law should include and how it should work. Right now, we have a draft law scenario, and it's not a final document. It's more like a guidelines, and it's going to help to structure conversations to make sure we're asking the right questions. And as we gather community input, we're going to extract what we hear and build into that draft. So because this work has legal implications, we also know the scenario needs legal eyes. So I've been asked by the cultural chiefs to connect with Sarah Mainville to support the legal review of Stage 1. And some pieces are still up in the air right now, but we are working through the kinks so we can move forward in a clear, coordinated way. Governance update, we do have an education law task force. It's in the process of being finalized. We're completing this in a good way. We want to follow the 4 directions governance model. And this task force is planned to include about 8 members. These will be knowledge keepers from the 4 directions governance model, with additional technical and expert support brought in as needed. So that could also include partners as well. Members will be confirmed by the cultural chiefs, and once that is finalized, the next step will be to meet with the task force. The task force is the 8 members, and this is where we're going to share where things are at. With the knowledge keepers, we're going to share what has been done historically on the education law, And then we're going to walk through stage 1 engagement approach and the draft law scenario. We're seeking guidance so we can move forward with consensus and keep things moving forward in a good way. So with that, there was a chief designation form that has been finalized, and so far the chief designation form has been sent to 6 of the nations. We still need to send out to the 22 nations, and that's regarding the phase community engagement and to So we want to do things in a good way, so we build consensus and move this law forward. Treaty 3, education, jurisdiction, and funding table resolution. So we were going to table a resolution this spring, however, we had to put a hold on it. And it is a draft resolution. And I want to also just mention it's a piece of work. It's a draft resolution package, and it's asking the chiefs in assembly to reaffirm that education is a creator-given responsibility and a treaty-guaranteed right under Treaty 3, and to mandate a government-to-government, nation-to-nation work with the Crown through a Treaty 3 education, jurisdiction, and funding table. So I completed initial engagement with the Education Committee, which is our education directors of Treaty 3, and then some of the cultural chiefs, Chief Janice Henderson and Chief Lynn Indian, and also met with Elder Fred Kelly. However, advice was to not bring the resolution forward and instead be prepared for the fall assembly. So we want to make sure that the legal framing and alignment to the education law, and we also want to make sure that the target engagement, so we can move forward with unified support. With language revitalization, land, culture, language is all interconnected, so that will also be part of stage 1 engagement planning. That is with the communities, and driven using a relational approach, and also driven by community protocols. And this is very limited funding as well. Traditional Knowledge Curriculum Foundations is the next item to give an update, and Climate Leadership Partnership. So on Traditional Knowledge Curriculum Foundations, especially to climate leadership connected to the Territorial Planning Unit, early stage work is underway, requiring foundational guidance rooted in community knowledge systems. We want to work with the Territorial Planning Unit, TPU, on a partnership model and a phased approach. And this is like to create a, I'm just going to use the word curriculum, you can use a different word, but it's to protect the land, protect the culture, and protect our languages all together. So this partnership is, we're just starting to work on this and seeing what this would look like, right? So TPU presented to the education directors in May, and utilizing TPU to support this under climate education. So that is going to focus on knowledge keeper engagement and focusing on consensus across communities. Next item on the in our updates is the EPP programming. So on EPP this year had some disruption due to federal funding issues and to deferred and unexpended balances. So the Education Department addressed its concerns through interim measures, and we redistributed Grand Council Treaty 3 deferred funds to key partners to strengthen reporting and accountability planning. So key update for chiefs is that the 2026-2027 EPP proposal was approved, and the next steps are The next steps is to, we also want to note additional Ontario of Education, Ministry of Education, TPA, support is helping advance culture. So we also just want to acknowledge to the Ministry of Education, we do have a TPA with them, and they are also providing support to the EPP program. Bilateral engagement with school boards is the next one. So on the engagement with the bilateral engagement, we continued the one-on-one community engagement. We identified the priorities in the communities that were a part of this work, and we established connections with the 4 provincial school boards in Treaty 3, including participation in Indigenous Education Committee meetings. And we're continuing to deepen that engagement with boards, moving towards action plans or clear processes, and also getting the community and leadership support and input in this work on how we move forward. And I think that's it. So I just want to say thank you to the cultural chiefs. You guys are great. Thank you for your guidance and support in the work that we're doing. Just also want to acknowledge the education directors as well for Grand Council Treaty 3. Very appreciative, and I appreciate all your help. And also the elders too that are supporting us with the education work. I'm really, really grateful for that as well. Miigwech.
Haley Jacklack, the IRS interim lead, just giving a department update today. The overview is the department has continued to provide trauma-informed and culturally grounded support to communities across Treaty 3. Our staffing updates, we have myself in Thunder Bay, we have 2 members in Kenora currently, and we have 3 staff members here, well, in Fort Frances. One of the projects we have going on right now is the Federal Indian Hospital settlement. It just opened 2 months ago. Our department is getting more information before we offer those services to the communities. We are doing the First Nations Child and Family Services Jordan's Principle settlement applications as well as the boarding home applications currently. Again, we're working with the lawyers to get the Federal Indian Hospital settlement going so that we're able to start filling out applications in communities. Some of the community impacts that we've done recently since Fall Assembly, we have done some hand drum and moccasin making workshops in multiple communities. We helped assist with an IRS gathering in October. We hosted an IRS Elders Wellness Gathering. We, again, providing application and claim support throughout Treaty 3 for the Indian boarding home applications, First Nations Child and Family Services Settlement, and the Jordan's Principle Settlement. We have also helped with training and capacity building, hosting, pivoting towards the Good Life training, focusing on braiding Indigenous knowledge and acceptance and commitment therapy, and supported capacity building for service providers in family well-being, child welfare, and addictions. Some of our MMIWG initiatives have been the ribbon skirt making, red dress making, belt making workshop. We hosted our MMIWG walk and round dance in Kenora this past May 5th. Some of the community engagement with that is the ongoing partnership with Treaty 3 Police for community events and awareness initiatives, completing Jordan's Principle portions of departmental responsibilities, delivered multiple community information sessions and claim support workshops. We've also hosted our Nishmis parties in Fort Frances, Kenora, and Dryden. And I know this report was sent in early, but some of the upcoming work that has already passed now is, again, the MMIWG Red Dress Day Walk and Round Dance. We did our spring feast ceremony in Kenora at the Cecilia Jeffrey property. We recently had the split toe moccasin making in Kenora, and we're looking at having another one in community coming up. Again, with the Indian boarding home, Jordan's Principal, Family and Child, those workshops as well in community. And if you wanted to mark the date in your calendar, we're working on getting a poster out right now for the Federal Indian Hospital Settlement. We're doing an information session with the lawyers in Kenora. I want to say it's going to be at the Super 8, but don't quote me on that. I think we're still confirming the location. So once again, the poster will be coming out shortly. Some of the challenges and considerations that we've been having as a department, since November 2025, the department has been operating without a formal manager or director. During this time, the intern lead has taken on an expanded responsibility to support day-to-day operations, just trying to keep the organization, our department working. The continued progress reflects both the leadership and provided during the transition and dedication of this team. The department continues to adapt to ongoing organizational changes and is committed to strengthening capacity and service delivery moving forward. One of my personal requests would be that we not only refer to the IRS department as only the IRS department, but that we refer to it as the Wisokotatuan department, because it represents standing together and supporting one another, which reflects the values and approach our team brings into all of the aspects of our work each day. Thank you.
All right, thank you, technicians. Do we have any questions or comments for them while they're up here, or of our cultural chiefs? That was a lot of information, so miigwech for all the work that you do. Oh, Chief Counselor.
Bonjour, Gimagi Jeknigu, Jeshnotem. Nigachanang Nunji. Miigwechin and for your information that you presented today. Miigwech to my fellow chiefs. Kinumit the big Ginoma. Egegek, Deganak, Miigwech, Denat. Apchichuganan, Nigamanan, Miigwechin and them. Migugek. Dina maganak magana mitupat nungam. Miigwechin and them. Dean Counselor, Nigachuinan. So just for me, I only had one question, well, maybe rollover, and it's with the language. And for me, I know Bill 101 kind of impacts that. There's a whole slew of things that come together with Bill 101. And if you don't know what it is, it's the Putting Student Achievement First Act. And basically that gives the Minister of Education expanded ministerial powers over the school boards, with the exception of the First Nation schools. So I can only speak for the public school boards and how it impacts with these new changes, and with language being one of them. And I know it was spoken that we should develop partnerships with our school boards. And for me, I take exception to doing that, because you only see one side of the story. The ones where you really see the story are our NSL teachers, the ones that are teaching our young ones. Like in our own school board here in the Rainier River District, it used to be from kindergarten all the way to high school, right? Grade 12, and now we no longer have that for the 0 to 4. So, and to me, that's probably the most informative time of learning for our young ones. And to not have that anymore is, I don't know. But anyways, I'll keep going. So with the NSL, with respect to the NSL teachers, if you're only grabbing information from the school board,
they're only giving you what you want to hear. They're just like the politicians. They'll tell you all the success stories. But no, there are positions within the school board that is afforded by the feds and the province, FNMI leads, cultural leads. I find in our board, they're just in name only. They don't really support our NSL teachers. NSL, sorry, is native second language teachers. And right now, I do not believe there is, like within our own school board, there is no curriculum that has been developed. It's up to each NSL teacher to put forth what they think that our children should be learning. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, I know with the engagement sessions that you consider forging those partnerships with our teachers, our NSL teachers, because I know we as a government are advocates for our children because they can't speak for themselves yet to the powers that be. So in saying that, like in forging these partnerships, for me, I would go to the boots on the ground approach with the ones that actually know what's happening, the relationships between the teachers and the government and what's really being taken away. School boards, yes, we pay a pretty penny to have our kids go to school. Like for my own community, I think we pay like almost 20 million a year. And I say, for what? Something that our NSL should be at an equal, comparable setting as our regular teachers, but I bet you they're considered almost second-class citizens. And I think that has to stop. They are represented by 2 unions within the province. And I say if we were to really engage with them, that's 143,000 people in those 2 unions when we go negotiate with the province, the ministers. I think if we learn to harness, because they are treaty partners as well, I've always heard that. But I think, like for myself, but I try. Even though I may speak English, Ojibwe together, and I do know that those are the effects, like what you guys speak of from the residential school era. It may not have been unspoken at home, but enough of me. But I am here for our children, ones that are to come yet. There is a whole slew of issues that need to be addressed by our people.
See, Elder Fred has his hand up.
이것이 오해가 나온 것과 각이 있다. 니지 Ngena minotagasa woesagayat. Kashavakasandang chijuf given. Oetas kayas Devi gating was an egan 1873. Nishka use that as an example. How do you say 1873? You don't. Oegatas gating 1873. So you mix up the two languages in one. And they have different orientations. That's the language. The other one is the differences. When I was in grade 5, I knew everything, just like we all do in grade 5. A science teacher explained to me that there are no such thing as thunderbirds. There is only scientific explanation, which is caused by electrical forces in the air. How is that? Oh, you'll find out. They didn't even know what they were talking about either. Science explains thunder as expansion of air through lightning, expansion of air, collapsing vac. Collapses vac, it makes the noise. That's your thunder. Oh, yeah. So why the heck am I placing tobacco on the ground for noise that makes ground and the sound? I asked my grandmother. I told her there is no such thing as a thunderbird. So we didn't have an argument, but I listened to her. The point is, our explanation is that Thunderbird Island I was telling you about this morning, where I got those visions from, that is our way. That is what we understand. It turns out that the pedagogy, what they are teaching academically, an example I always use is, what's 2 and 2? 2 and 2 equals 4. Yeah, you can translate that. You can explain that. But that's in the orientation of the Anishinaabe language. Whereas I want you to learn in grade 1, grade 2. 2 and 2 equals 4. Memorize that, because I'm going to test you on Friday. And if you don't get it right, you fail that particular answer. They are rather arbitrary. Just a minute now. Anishinaabe, they have a different way of looking at that. So the process that you're talking about here is it's a long story, and I won't go into that. It's a process of decolonization we're talking about. And I'm frankly getting sick and tired of hearing desegregation, decolonization, whatnot, culturally appropriate. We are culturally correct, not culturally appropriate. So that's what the academic, I believe, this man here is talking about, that we have to put side by side. Let me use another word that I often use, which is the juxtaposition of two orientations and try to understand one another. And that's what the Treaty 3 said when Chief Sagachiwe explained. The time will come when I will ask you to lend me one of your boys, words to that effect, and one of your daughters to come and live with us, and we will teach with them, and we will teach them what is good. And that time will come when you will lend us one of, when we will lend you one of our children, our sons or our daughter, and they will tell you. So in other words, make a long story short, you will teach them which is good, and they'll come and tell us. And we will teach them what is good to teach you. That is the basis of the harmonization of jurisdiction. In other words, how do we get along on the ground? Not your system of education or your jurisdiction is wrong. It's bad. And don't forget that we were told a long time ago, we don't have any laws, we don't have any jurisdiction, so forget it. learn our ways and get it over with, live with it. Our people lived by experience, which is what I call andragogical. How do you explain many of those things? It's through the philosophy of the Anishinaabe. Anishinaabe Atizin. That's what survived us all these generations upon generations, and we're still here. And you know what? We can take their academic education and bring it to masterful control. We've gone to a situation now, and I want to share this with you. When I came to Fort Francis yesterday, and I find out that the hotel I'm staying in is now owned by Stangy, hey, that to me is taking over something. You can use their ways to do something according to what we want to do. And that's really what it is, the utilitarian, the usefulness, the practicality of education. And so, if you want to learn the Anishinaabe way of thinking and apply that, that is the real education which our people have left us with, and how to get along with using that to understand their ways. Is that possible? At one time we were told it's impossible. We're stupid, we're savages, we have no laws, we don't know anything. Well, today, we've raised our children to take over the businesses, we've taken over our educational systems, where we have managed to have people who are graduates, masters in education, PhD in education. They've mastered that. And they've mastered politics and governance. We have a premier in Manitoba that comes from Treaty 3 territory. And you're going to tell me that we can't do that? Well, we can certainly do that. And we can certainly live our ways. And it's what we've been saying all this time. The purpose of treaties is to reconcile sovereignties. That means your ways and our ways. Now, what are the practicalities in which we get along? That's what I believe this man is talking about, the spirit and intent of the treaty, when our Chief Sagachiwe explained that. And that's what we seem to be searching for here, not just simply the dictatorial aspects of partnership with school boards and the province of Ontario. And under that and under their funding, we try to create partnerships amongst ourselves based on their system and their jurisdiction. No, our jurisdiction must harmonize with their jurisdiction. That is the principle of the treaty that was explained. And that's what I mean by harmonization and trying to get along with that way. And if I misunderstood there, I believe, I owe you an apology, but I believe that's what the spirit and intent of the treaty was by our ancestors when they went at that. I believe that's what we ought to be working on. So when I suggested to Diana not to table that resolution right now, because there are many other associations across the country who are trying to gain funding to pursue the jurisdiction under provinces and under the federal government, but rather we in Treaty 3 owe it to our children and grandchildren to live our ways that gets along well with other peoples. Aha, miigwech.
Miigwech, Fred. I see we have, I think, one more comment that's in the back. Mr. McGinnis, do you need a microphone? All right, do we have a runner? You know what? It's probably faster if I just do it.
I'm not too familiar with your rules of order here, but I know my chief is here, so I went and told him, I'm going to be looking at you, Jim, to give me some support for speaking to two issues. You talked about drugs this morning and the addiction that plagues our community. And so my chief is here, so I'm going to speak on behalf of the community. In 2010, I went home, and Jim asked me to help with drug dealers that were rampant on our community and drug addicts. And a couple of months after starting putting together a strategy, I got hold of a letter that went to doctors pharmacies, clinics, and hospitals. And in that letter from the Minister of Health, it said for every Indian, Treaty Indian, First Nations Indian, with pain-related symptoms, they were directed to prescribe a list of 8 opioids in a one-page letter to them. That's where the addiction started. And then it moved to the marginalized. But first it went to the poorest of Canada in the year 2010. Under the chief's consult and direction, I drafted a letter to the Prime Minister, to the Minister of Health, to the Minister of Indian Affairs. I copied the Premier of Ontario, the Assembly First Nations, the Chiefs of Ontario, and we threatened class action. And we did this, the chief signed the letter. So I go and ask a month and a half later, I say, oh, where's this letter, Jim? What's happening? He said, we were told to hang on a little bit. There was no action from our side. We had the letter that it was a conspiracy from the pharmaceutical industry and the government of Canada that created this addiction in the year 2010. And yet nothing has been done. Yeah, we've been getting bleed money because Indians are an economy, right? Doctors, clinic, psychologists, psychiatrists, all those people lived off the misery of our people. And even though that happened with the chief, our chief, we did a drug test policy, we did a drug bylaw, we started dealing with it. We did make our communities safe. We were threatened by organized crime. I was threatened, Jim was threatened, and that happened, but we dealt with it. But that's still an outstanding matter, and I really believe because it was something that was done between the pharmaceutical industry and the government of Canada, we have a statement of claim. We have something to go after them with. They created this, and yet these last 16 years, I don't know how many family members I've seen die because they OD'd, they overdosed on these drugs that have been levied against our people. So I would be open to assisting any resolution process that looks at fact-finding, looks at the feasibility of launching a class action against Canada. At the time, every doctor, every hospital, every clinic got a copy of that letter from the Minister of Health. So who started this addiction? Was it us? No, it wasn't. I had friends that died because of a broken ankle. They were given Percocets, oxycodone. They become poor, the poor addicts, you know? And they died because of that. So I think that's when we talk about, well, what's the chief's gonna do? Well, let's do something, right? And for me, if you need to bring in think tanks, and we need to talk to our cultural people, our traditional people. I'm sitting with a relative from Warroad. He has a pipe that was at treaty signing. We have other culturally spiritual people that can guide us with action. We have people like Daryl Red Sky here that's willing to stand up and help a collective action. My last comment is on education. I don't know if there's an education director that was part of this discussion. 4 or 5 years ago, when I looked at our tuition agreement at Manitou, we don't negotiate tuition agreements anymore. The Board of Education, Director Heather Campbell in Fort Francis, signs that off with Indian Affairs. We don't negotiate our own programs and services. So on an average, we have a tax base. You live off reserve, you're paying a tax of probably $300-400 for your family. That's your education tax. Every one of our kids goes to that district school in Fort Francis or within the district, $20,000. So where's the equity? Where's the parity? We do need some support at the community level for advocacy. Our people have to be shown how to and taught how to negotiate tuition agreements, because we're just a budgetary exercise when the non-natives pay $400 for their education tax. Meanwhile, for every one of our kids, we're paying $20,000. So that's my, my input to the community, to the people here that work on our community programs. I don't know if there's an education director, but that's the kind of help our communities need, as we're lacking in that area.
Chief Allen?
Hello, bonjour. Giwit Nebene Sindigo, Nigi Usaminikani and Donji, most to them. Just a quick question. As far as mandates, I'm just wondering, like, sports and recreation, has anybody followed up with that? Are we creating any streams or anything like that for our young adults, our young athletes? We talk about the pandemic, you know, this is one of the ways we can steer our youth in the right direction by creating those streams, those athletic streams. And I know in my community we have some young skaters, and you know, if we keep them on the track they're on, they're going to be really good skaters. And probably, you know, like since they've introduced this women's league, you know, like the ceiling just opened up for them. So I'm not sure if anybody has done any work or anything like that.
Are technicians, cultural technicians, is that part of this, or is it part of another more directional? Or is there someone available to answer that question? Recreational development for youth. Okay, well, we have people noting it down, so hopefully they'll be able to provide a more fulsome answer to that question. Thank you for raising that, Chief. All right, well, I'd like to move on to our next update, and that is the environmental chief. So miigwech to our technicians here for providing that update and hearing what needed to be said here. As I mentioned, we have environmental chiefs update coming up. Do we have anyone presenting on, oh, looks like we do, okay. So if we can have our presenters make their way up to the front table here. Who's first?
I guess I think, yeah, we'll just start with the chief.
Somebody else? Rhonda? Rhonda? Yep.
Who are we waiting for?
Rhonda and
Richard.
Maria?
Oh, Richard, yeah. Richard. Is Richard still here? Yeah, he was right there.
just sit back? Okay, sure.
Apojo, tene magnak migizi webenesik indigo, wabenesik minagi minigos, station kanagoan, a chicken dotem, migizi zaiganin donji, chinaganin magi namatap oe, ganin nego each stand, bisandaman, anin catches saying oe, a tikim nan, nibugego jinjagate, man nibim, oe get tigok, oe gega. Pamyaing kuchisago gainin sinin nibu gago ga ne tap na mat nonga mam tagoji ga bchiton an in ke chichi ga boying gainin went in ke jin kiyat ga we not get the batchmok pangi to go gainin ga gwech mago chigo nishna be me on chisitang mag an it cha ga na mat be atma oi tish gainin oi koe gainin da kit Pangi genin je baksendan genin itigajitan nibio tisguna nanek oem tiguji bin institut oega tapanang nibio gego je aok nishtige ok wina nenda moak shunya nuch tuna kinwet dish inabnamen we winich genin jagate kinagego and anibim atakimanan min ke is gaboan gainin oe winitish gainin ga bagat nak yemina again each ogemak ganamatabiat gawinama environmental chiefs. Just to speak a little bit real fast, I just talk a little bit about our role here as chiefs. I sit on Environmental Chiefs Committee just briefly in the last few years, but our role is to provide direction and support to environmental chiefs, the TPU unit here. And these guys will do the presentation on our behalf, but our role is, again, to look at Manitou Anakanagaman, the natural law, and how we kind of advocate and support our environment to the best of our ability. It includes everything from the air that we breathe, the animals, the land, the water, Kinagago, the trees, the solids, the rocks, those that stand still. So with that, Miigwech, I'll pass it on.
Bonjour, Nin, Elijah Jameson, Indigenous Cause, Nisatchua Anishinaabe, Nindoji. Like as my friend Chief Bunji mentioned there, we got a pretty big role here with with this committee there. I'm pretty new to it. I know I've only made a few meetings there, but there's some pretty big discussions that are happening within this committee there, and I know that our tech team is going to kind of hit the ground running today, and hopefully we'll have some good discussions amongst the chiefs, and try to keep moving forward in a good way. So, Chimiwich.
Bonjour, good afternoon. Just a few quick words here, and just to let you know, that we're, I guess one of the big things that's dear to my heart is mining, and I'm not really an advocate of it, only because I see what's going on north of Barwick and Emo up in that area, and those giant holes that they're leaving all over the place. They tell us that they're going to be safe, but I don't believe that for one moment. I think generations from now, the people are going to wish that those things were never put in here. But one of the big things that I'm passionate about is the mining or proposed mining activities that's taken place over in the state of Minnesota around the boundary waters, and we have one of our First Nations that is adjacent to that. So we've had just a short little while ago, we had a lady by the name of Tara Hauska come over and address us up at Matanjagoming, and so what she did was the resolution that we had passed there, I forwarded on to the municipality, the mayor of Fort Francis. He sent it out to all the municipalities all the way down the line from Fort Francis, including Kenora, to draft resolutions of their own to speak against this thing, because I understand it's going to be a very toxic mine, and the reputation of this mining company, they're out of Chile, I believe, and they don't have a very good record. So just to say all of that, and just to say, without water, clean water, there'll be no form of life, any kind, or anywhere. There'll be no trees, there'll be no birds, there'll be no fish. if Rainy Lake in our area, you know, gets toxic by this thing, and I don't, you know, it could be a number of years down, and it's not just that one, but there's mines north of us as well. So that's my passion. And they tell us that, we made sure that nothing's going to leak. Well, to that I just say baloney. But when I speak it, I just usually say it's all bullshit. And you know what it is. I don't believe that for one moment. Like that, Derek? Anyway, so that's my thing. So we're working with her, and she's gotten, I think she said 3 different legal opinions on it, and that she'd like to share. So I will be contacting the rest of the technicians here with it and the chiefs here that I'm with, just to have a quick look at that thing and see what they came up with, the lawyers from Minnesota. And by the way, they need the state of Minnesota to approve the permits for this mine. So I think we're going to be in a pretty precarious situation here one day if we don't put the kibosh to some of these things. Thank you. That's all I want to say.
All right, thanks, Richard. My name is Terry Allen, and I'm the chief of Niigayusminikoning. I just want to say miigwech to all the chiefs that are here today, all the citizens. Miigwech for being here. We got some not so hot topics. You know, it's kind of maybe a little bit boring, but you know, we'll gravitate to any questions at the end of our little presentation here. But in the meantime, I don't know, is Chief Lynn Indian still around? I just wanted to acknowledge her and thank her for supporting us and hosting our assembly. But also, if you do bump into Chief Lynn Indian, I believe her birthday was last week, so if she's around, you know, give her a high five. I believe it's referred to as the graying stage, so I don't know how old that is. But anyways, miigwech. Who's leading us?
Miigwech, Chief Allen. So yeah, thank you for those strong words, chiefs. It's a great way to start us off. I guess just a quick round of introductions for the 3 of us sitting up here. So Chris Herc, you know, have been to many past assemblies as an environmental manager, but as of this past December, Territorial Planning Unit Director. So good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, everyone. As of this previous January, I am now the Environmental Manager of the Territorial Planning Unit, and I oversee all our monitoring initiatives. I guess it'd be helpful if I told you my name, hey? I'm Lane Fike.
Bonjour, Lane. Zhao Nanganeb, Ndigo, Awasi, and Dodem. Kuching, Treaty 3, and Dunji. My name is Walter Mainville. I'm the Mineral Sector Specialist for Grand Council Treaty 3. Grew up in Kuching, Niigayusminikoning, Lacroix, Onegaming, all over in Treaty 3. So happy to be in this position and pass this along to Chris to get this started. Miigwech.
All right, I did just want to start off with some quick updates. You know, we just went over the internal staff changes. You know, myself as director, Lane as environmental manager now. Unfortunately, it does say environmental monitoring coordinator. It does actually line up with your name tag right now, though. But you know, we do have a couple vacant positions in the TPU. Currently up for hire is a climate change specialist position, wildfire network coordinator position, watershed governance coordinator, and a couple new hires. You know, even though they are small positions, we have 3 new summer students starting this year with us. So a great way, you know, getting our youth involved with this important environmental work and setting them up with that knowledge and that experience to help guide them into the future. I know we've been, you know, here for a long time today, a lot of stuff said, so we are gonna bring just some big important updates that have happened over the past 6 months to you, and I'm gonna hand it over, Lane, to talk about some upcoming projects we have.
So I'm going to talk about 2 upcoming projects regarding our monitoring initiatives. So the first one starting this spring is regarding Mahnomen. So it'll be focusing on protecting and preserving wild rice habitat across Treaty 3. strengthening wild rice reseeding efforts in communities and restoration by removing invasive cattails, as well as prioritizing youth participation. And based on the previous environmental chiefs meeting, we will also be prioritizing youth and elder connections. So some of the initiatives include the Wild Rice Forum. So we have one going on in Kenora, June 10th, so I'll send out the poster to everyone shortly. The discussion will involve cultural protocols for project activities, community feedback on the project initiatives, choosing locations for invasive cattail removal, and harvesting and reseeding efforts. Moving on from the forums, we'll also be holding interviews with wild rice harvesters throughout the year, and then we'll have another forum in the fall. And then with the feedback gained from the forum and the interviews, we'll be creating educational materials for Treaty 3 community members. The second part of this program is focused on restoration. So this will include removal of invasive cattails that grow in the same habitat as wild rice and threaten the wild rice, as well as harvesting and reseeding with community members at community direction. And we have a 4-year project starting. So this is a watershed governance project. So it focuses on the development of a harmonized governance structure for watershed management between the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3, Ontario, Manitoba, Canada's Water Agency, municipalities, and other organizations to enhance Indigenous-led governance over water resources and improve water safety and quality. So we received $1.5 million in funding, and we will be posting a dedicated TPU position to support this. So the objectives of the Watershed Governance Project starts with establishing a harmonized water governance framework, strengthening cross-jurisdictional collaboration, expanding capacity for Anishinaabe-led water stewardship through baseline monitoring and creating a watershed monitoring program, ensuring Indigenous-led participation in regional watershed management, and protecting water quality through that ongoing monitoring. So major project components include developing the governance framework, so this is phase 1. Phase 2 includes baseline watershed water quality assessment. So this has kind of already been going on since 2018 through the community-based monitoring program, but will be expanded across all Treaty 3 watersheds to collect that baseline water quality data. And then phase 3 will be implementation of harmonized watershed governance, and phase 4 will be capacity building and adaptive management.
Great, thanks, Elaine. So we have, he couldn't be here today, but Justin Ursa, our emergency coordination manager, he's doing some capacity training around, I believe, wildfires in Kenora this week. But do want to bring forward some of the work that he's been leading over the past 6 months. Just over the past year, it's been the first year we've had our manager back in place for this. So, after that first 6-month period, hit the ground running and, a lot of prep work going into this season. So some of those key areas of work have included wildfire risk assessment and governance, wildfire preparedness engagement, search and rescue capacity building, 911 mapping and civic addressing improvements, and community emergency management support. And kind of more pertinent to the time frame that we're in is a big project that he's been working on and helping lead is a wildfire risk assessment project. So key areas that this is focused on, it's identifying wildfire exposure risks to communities, understanding infrastructure vulnerability, supporting long-term wildfire mitigation planning, improving preparedness capacity, supporting community-based wildfire governance, and those last 2 points on there. But one of the biggest things about this is this graphic image that I'm going to put up here. Is our wildfire risk assessment project outputs. So this is just an example of mapping that's been done before for Pikangigaming First Nation up north. But it's being brought to each of the 28 Treaty 3 communities here. So the image is a little bit confusing when you first look at it. If you just kind of focus on those yellow, orange, and red rings, it's basically fire pathway vectors, or vector pathways for fire to get in towards the center where the community is. So that's looking at things, wind direction based on landscape, fuel availability, conditions during drought, conditions during when it's, more wet soil out there, and it starts to create those different vector pathways in there. So starting farther out at I think a 25 to 50 kilometer radius, Justin had explained this before, but those kilometers eluding me right now, but as it gets closer in, you can see the vector pathways do narrow down until, you know, you're within 5-10 kilometers of the community on those red lines. And you can see some of those big breaks in there are water body systems. So this project was a 3-year project, or it still is a 3-year project, but they are ahead of schedule. And, you know, it's looking like these, you know, capacity maps and these capacity building tools and mechanisms are going to be available for communities later in this year. Also, given, you know, last weekend, do just want to give a big shout out to our other emergency management staff that are here. We have Damien, and we also have Kieran here as well. So shout out to both of them for helping out with that wildfire preparedness and mitigation work happening not this past weekend, but the weekend before, down in the southern communities, and Justin helping out as well. So yeah, big, you know, round of applause to them for helping navigate that situation and keeping everyone safe, along with the work by the communities as well. And one last thing that I'll mention just before we move on is, you know, for any community out there, you know, that has thinking or is thinking about more emergency preparedness, you know, planning, anything around that, you know, Justin and our other staff are here to help out with that. So if you have any questions, you know, feel free to reach out. You know, even if it's not directly to them, you know, whoever you reach out to can put you in direct contact with them and, you know, get those important conversations going to keep people safe and the community as well. So just kind of switching gears here a little bit, there is one kind of major federal Government of Canada-based policy, you know, that's come about in the past month. Not surprising that it's taken this direction, given, you know, the new Liberal government's push on building and strengthening the economy. But if you've ever seen in your email inbox, you know, emails from Major Projects Office, it's around that. So there is, you know, new legislation going forwards and regulatory changes to strengthen regulatory and supply chain efficiency. So basically the big thing that's come out is, you know, there's a 30-day, and it's always 30 days, review period for 2 major documents that they put out. It's titled Getting Major Projects Built in Canada and Strengthening Supply Chain Efficiency, One Canadian Economy Through Trade and Transportation. And just kind of want to put it on everyone's radar. You know, I'm not going to go into the policy changes here line by line, but, you know, some of the goals of the proposal are to streamline the decision process for major projects and make it less time consuming, remove duplicate governmental processes, have better coordination between government departments, and improve the consultation with Indigenous peoples. Specific to points 1 and 2, you know, that's just kind of a fancy way of saying removing red tape, which, you know, unfortunately, you know, leads to less environmental protections and more impacts on the environment, you know, on communities as well. And within that, Getting Major Projects Built in Canada discussion paper, they do have an overview of 6 major areas. Federal review and decision-making in a no more than 1 year period, 1 Crown consultation process, 1 project decision, single project authority, enabling economic zones through regional impact assessments, and streamlined, efficient regulatory environment. If anyone's familiar with the Bill 5 policies that Ontario pushed through last year and, you know, over the course of this past year, you know, it mirrors very similar to what Ontario is doing with their Bill 5 and special economic zones. And just that one last thing to touch on there is, you know, point number 5, economic zones. Essentially, it's the Canadian government's, the federal government's version of federal economic zones. And the short way of summing up what an economic zone is essentially an area designated by whether it's the provincial government on, you know, provincial scale, Ontario, or the now incoming federal government on kind of a Canada-wide scale, is, you know, an area of land that is now no longer subject to a lot of rules and regulations. Essentially, ministers have kind of veto authority on, you know, species at risk regulations, policies in place to protect species at risk, and really anything else there, essentially turning into a zone where they can make anything happen economic project-wise. And so the last thing to mention is just what could a federal economic zone include, you know, on a federal scale? You know, it could be transportation corridors, telecommunication networks, energy production and transmission, industrial regions, whatever the Government of Canada would consider a national interest project, you know, could fit into a federal economic zone. do want to hand it over to Walter just for mining talk now, and take it away, Walter. And I'll make sure the slides go through.
Right on. Me, Gwitch. Sorry, this is on. This here? There we go. I just wanted to create a bit of awareness on a specific mining proponent that's been working within the Treaty 3 territory over the past few years. They did reach out to us about 3 years ago regarding a project up in Red Lake, just to inform us and to make sure that the communities like Wabascang and Lac Seul were aware. But over the past over the past 3 years, they have 4 major projects that are taking up a huge area of Treaty 3. The increased mineral exploration activity in Treaty 3 has been significant within the position of our land, and exploration presence by Kenora Land Minerals has been across multiple project areas. Exploration completed in 2024 includes 12,200 till samples and 265,500 hectares of land covering over Treaty 3. That's huge. That's big. Where are they? Have they contacted you? I'm not sure if we have a map here that can kind of showcase this, but this increased activity is going to be leading to expanded exploration programs, creating greater land access pressures from the communities, and future development proposals of mineral tenures being allocated without free, prior, and informed consent. Limited early stage consultation under the free entry system. This free entry system is a new system that was developed in 2018. It's a digital claiming system where you can claim mining claims from wherever the hell you want. And you can do it on your phone. It could be someone with a $40 fee that can just start claiming up our territory. Limited early stage consultation under the free entry system. There is a need for consistent monitoring across these multiple project areas, which will produce cumulative impacts to lands and resources. I think this map kind of speaks for itself. I mean, they took up a huge presence in our territory. They basically stamped themselves, and I haven't received any notice or letter from them since 2023, so I'm not too sure about the other communities. I'm grateful that they have, actually. I have heard that they have reached out to some, but at the same time, that's just regarding one project that they probably notified you about. So maybe 30 kilometers away, there's another project. Another 30 kilometers, there's another project that you're unaware of. So everywhere in the pink there showcases a large presence that they have in the territory. Another project that I'm very proud of, this was back September of 2024. We gathered in Dryden, the Mineral Development Advisors and Land Managers in Treaty 3. That's back when Richard just became chief again. He came to the meeting, Richard Breer from Couchiching, and he came and attended our meeting. But we used to get together, look at all the mining activity that's happening in the territory, and just try to create awareness, aware ourselves, question it, and try to think of all the pros and cons that are happening with mining. Not everything's negative, not everything's positive, but there were long discussions that would take all day. And I was happy that communities are gathering together frequently throughout the year and making sure that we're all aware But Ron Allen from Miikusa-Minneconning said one phrase to me, and he said, "Why don't we make our own mining platform?" And I thought in my head, challenge accepted. And I had to figure out how I'm going to do this. How am I going to make a First Nations mining lands administrative system? Because there are a few out there, but there isn't one that actually actively notifies communities when mining claims or permitting is happening, and you can self-aware yourself. Basically, we rely on the Ontario government to notify us about mining. We just sit back and wait. When's the next one coming? Well, now you can draw out your own territory, your own traditional land territory, shapefile, and be notified about all the mining that's happening in there in real time. So this thing is calculating mining data continuously, daily, and yeah, I'm very proud of it. Operational since January 2026, so January 1st, we flipped the switch, and it started monitoring all the mining that's happening. It's attracting wide interest as live mining and land use information from Ontario's MLAs, EROs, and other public data. We have several sources that we pull it from. Interactive maps can be viewed by any community member. Viewers can monitor mining activity, track related trends, and receive notifications about development in their territories. Mining information in Manitoba is also going to be integrated in the future, like soon. Hopefully within the next few months, this year for sure. And so Saugeen and Buffalo Point will be able to use this service very soon. So yeah, there's a bit of stats that we pulled together, but I also wanted to introduce the co-creator of this platform. Her name is Hosna Bananahib. She's a master's student at the U of M, and we've been working nonstop on this project, like tons of hours of overtime, and this isn't a Treaty 3 initiative. This is just a project that I thought about that we needed to have done that will help benefit communities, not just in Treaty 3, but throughout Ontario and Manitoba. It's a system we've been lacking, that we don't have. We can't just rely on MLAs. We can't rely on the government to tell us what is happening out there. We can actually find it out ourselves. We can create our own determination, self-determination. These claims right here, 75,461 in Treaty 3. It has a knowledge interface, so like Mining 101 is included in this platform to learn about all the different levels of mining, from prospecting to closure of a mine. So it talks about exploration. You can visually see it. It helps whoever is in charge of that portfolio in your community, or any community member that's interested in this can learn about this system. It has real-time monitoring and analysis. I wish I can demo it to you right now. I think it's pretty interesting. It zooms in and out of different claims and permitting, and looks like a cool system. So, and then the notification and awareness functionality. So you can get an email or a text even sent to your phone whenever there's any claims that are just coming up in an area of your interest around your community. Okay, that's the front page of it. It shows that we have 6 active proposals right now, or permitting happening, and it's actually 9 today, so it updates every day. The active claims right there, the 385 are actually, those are Ontario claims in total, and same with the drill holes. But we do we are gonna have separate systems for Treaty 3 and all of Ontario and Manitoba eventually. What's going on here? Well, here's just a snapshot of the Mining 101 that talks about the exploration and then goes from prospecting to exploration to like milling of the mine and so on. It goes down to closure in number 5, but it's more of an interactive map. I can't really showcase how it looks, but so here we have all these little homes, colored homes are all of our communities. If you click on a community, you can be notified by email regarding a specific shapefile. Like I said, I want to just come up here, and if you draw a shape out of your territory, say, that you're concerned about, you'll be notified of every claim or permit that's happening in that area. Right now, we have it set where it's just radiuses. So on the left side is permitting that's happening. And you can see this showcases, 2 of them are Wabigoon and Eagle Lake right now, and that's right here, the ones highlighted in red. But like I said, the communities all have 25 and 50 kilometer radiuses, so these ones aren't showing up on here because of that radius. But if you did have your shapefile that you presented to the platform, this could be included on here and you'll be notified. And then you can also look at an interactive map. I know it looks like a bunch of squares, but that's a lot of claimed up activity in the territory. Eagle Lake to Dryden, but we can see everything. You can zoom in on everything. We also have it color coded for when you need to comment on a claim. And also overlapping active cell claims, so bigger properties that might be of interest to your community, they'll also be highlighted. And it's almost like an action now. You must take action now, the ones that are in green. And here's an example of the notification through the EROs. You can set it to where you want to, or how often you want to be notified. So it can be daily, weekly, or that day right before it's going to close. And here's the example of how you fill it out. So it's kind of like a radar system if you look at that. So these are the radiuses that I was mentioning. So communities can decide on the shape of area of interest that you want to be notified on. This thing is a massive power tool. Nothing like this has been done. Like, there's nowhere across the country that's doing this. There are mining, tracking, and monitoring systems out there in Ontario, but nothing like the capability of being able to notify yourself and not relying on the Ministry of Mines to let you know when you should be, when you should be interested or not be interested all the time. Have someone in your community that's, designated to having this this role in your community, please. And then I'll pass back on to Chris, but Miigwech, I really wanted to show you, Chiefs, this. I respect you all very much. Leadership, proxies. This system's not going anywhere. It's going to be shoved in your face from here on. So please use it. It's a very helpful tool, and it's only going to benefit your communities to stay on top of things. Miigwech.
Well, thank you, Walter. And just to clarify, this mining platform is live and ready for community use. Yeah, so if anyone out there is wanting to have your community access to this, you know, capacity training on it, Walter's, I can guarantee you, more than happy to come out to the community and lead anyone through it. Last thing, did want to touch on NWMO. You know, a lot of stuff can happen in a 6-month period. So there's been a number of regulatory comments. And actually, just before we get into that, just because I was going to mention our regulatory manager, Kevin Sumner, has been leading these regulatory comments. He's not here today, but he's not here because AFN is having a nuclear event as well. So he's in attendance of that. So if anyone is wanting some detailed notes, you know, overview, you know, materials that were gathered there, Kevin is down there, and, you know, he can happily forward those on to anyone who's wanting them. But Kevin helped lead, you know, these regulatory comments, these reviews on the NWMO initial project description, the draft integrated Taylor impact statement guidelines, and the draft Indigenous engagement and partnership plan. He also did that alongside Grand Council's legal department, Gowlings, so we kind of had 2 prongs of approach there in getting those in. A couple other major things that have happened. We did send formal letters into the NWMO CEO and VP of Indigenous and Municipal Relations. So we have heard back from Joe Heil, VP, you know, which has led to them reaching out to start discussions on cost recovery, and they did mention prospective funding in there as well. Cost recovery because Grand Council did at one point have a funding agreement with NWMO that was abruptly terminated, and did leave us kind of hanging onto a lot of costs that were put on that with no way to cover them. So are going to be having those discussions on cost recovery and, you know, initial discussions on what exactly they mean by prospective funding. You know, this email just came in about a week and a half ago, so don't have any more information beyond that to share, but, you know, if anyone has anything they want to add into this discussion, more than happy to discuss it, or, you know, bring forwards to discussions with NWMO themselves. And the other last thing, just to mention on NWMO here, would be just in our discussions with Gowlings, our legal department, you know, they have world-class impact assessment lawyers. And so something they've been heavily advising on is Grand Council Treaty 3, hiring an independent hydrogeologist for the Treaty 3 nation to lead a desktop study analysis on NWMO's site selection process. As just kind of mentioning it, I want to skip back to it. The initial project description, you know, one of the big things highlighted in there was, did NWMO choose or follow, you know, the best site selection process to end at, you know, the #1 best spot from a geological perspective in Treaty 3. So they have been advising to go forward with a process where there is a desktop study analysis done on that to determine if it was the best hydrogeological location available in Treaty 3. One of the names they've brought forward, his name's Walter Illman, professor, can't remember the university off the top of my head, but has been involved in past geological, hydrogeological assessments of a DGR site down in the Yucca Mountains in the United States. So there's a lot of literature out there that he did have a hand in. And what is being proposed is initially just a project scoping to determine if this work is necessary, you know, could, you know, be in the cost range of $10,000 to $15,000. What that would tell us is, did NWMO in fact follow the best site selection process? Did they follow the best guidelines available? Essentially, did they follow best practices to arrive at, you know, the best hydrogeological location in Treaty 3? If the answer is yes, it might not have to go to a full study or analysis. But if the answer is no, that's where we would go forwards, potentially with a full study and analysis, you know, and just bring it here that, you know, have been quoted, you know, that it might be between the range of 200 to 300,000. So wanting to bring this to discussion as well to end us off, just to see what our chief's thoughts are on moving forward with this work for the nation. Open to questions on anything.
Bonjour. Mishwab Indigenous Makwan and Ordam and Anishinaabe and Dow. A couple of weeks ago, we took 3 youth from Onegaming to Toronto to listen to and watch President Barack Obama. And it was really, really exciting for them. During the event, I was put in the VIP room, and in that room, I was approached by the CEO of NWMO. She said, and her advisors said, that we know that you oppose the project and we want to talk to you. And I told them fundamentally that I had no interest in talking to them at all, that I would do everything as chief to fight to oppose this project for our youth and for our future generations, and to stop the burial of nuclear waste in Treaty 3. Last year I resigned from the Environment Committee. I attended an Environment Committee meeting where I was concerned that the Environment Committee was, to me, it looked like accepting bribes from the NWMO to take free trips to Finland. And I urged everyone at that committee not to take it, not to take their money, and not to take their free trips. I didn't feel like I was listened to, so I resigned. To me, it doesn't make any sense why we're working with NWMO. It doesn't make any sense to me at all. The more that we work with them, the more it looks like it's coming. It looks like nuclear waste is coming to Treaty 3 and there's nothing that we can do to stop it. That's what it looks like to me. And I feel like we're just enabling them. We're not even talking about opposing. I haven't seen anything about opposing this project in your presentation. We're just talking about finding another location in Treaty 3 for them to bury nuclear waste. That's what that slide looks like to me. I attended an event a couple of years ago where there were elders from Whitefish Bay, the White family, the brothers, and they were talking about dreams that they had of our people in the future, and they were blue, they said. And it sounds funny. I know it sounds funny, but that's what they saw. And I wonder if that's what happens to us. When it comes to nuclear waste and the burial of it, Canada once again is experimenting on us again. They did it during residential schools, and now they're experimenting on us for nuclear waste. I was just talking to my cousin, and the only ways to get rid of nuclear waste in Canada or the world is to bury it, to treat it and dump it into the ocean or the waters, or a desperate option, people say, to send it into space, which most scientists say won't work. I don't understand why the First Nation people in Treaty 3 have to be the experiment. I don't understand why we're not fighting this. With all due respect, the only people that I see fighting this communities is Grassy Narrows. I'm really, really proud of them, and I stand with them. All of our community members, if you were to ask the grassroots, if you were to ask our community members across Treaty 3, I don't think you'd find anyone that supports the burial of nuclear waste in our territories, especially at the cost of our treaty rights and our way of life as Anishinaabe people. So I just ask, what else can be done to stop nuclear waste from coming to our communities? I don't hear anyone talking about it, including the member of provincial parliament, including the member of parliament. I don't hear anyone talking about opposing it. Everyone seems to be resigned to accepting it, to take money. And again, to me, it just looks like bribes. You know, I am interested in an update on the agreement with Nuclear Waste Management Organization. I know you said it's been terminated. I'd be interested in what the outcome was of that agreement. I know we took $6 million at the start, we returned $4 million, and I think we took $2 million at the end. And I'd be really interested, I apologize for not including you in the opposition, Bernadette. I'd be really interested in an update from Eagle Lake in terms of their legal action and where they are. You know, last but not least, I don't want to challenge anybody. I don't want to fight with anybody. But I do want to beg the chiefs. I'm sorry if it sounds so desperate, but I mean that. I'm begging the chiefs to take a stand now, before it's too late. Grassy Narrows is hosting a rally in Thunder Bay on June 6th at 12 o'clock at Waverly Park. I will be there. There'll probably be other chiefs from Treaty 9 there, and Treaty 5. But I encourage all the chiefs from Treaty 3 to send someone, to speak up. It's time to stand up for our people and our future generations especially. It's getting scary. If we don't now, it might be too late. It might already be too late. That's what it feels like. Thank you for listening to me today.
Bonjour. Menwewe gonebi kndishnikas peba mate gishigu ke ma ingeni kwenske nigade benesi kendigu washash kendutem kitchwanang dunji nisumiteo abetinge ngichi baimeteo. Where to start? So first of all, when it comes to the nuclear waste management, I've said this publicly and previously at other assemblies that we're opposed. Our community has formally stated that for the record at assemblies that our Kikachewanaga Anishinaabe Nation is opposed with due respect to NWMO, and we maintain that position. And by us sitting here and getting this information presented today and listening to the presentation doesn't constitute consultation with our nation, and nor do we support NWMO and the nuclear waste. And that's guidance that I've received from my members and my elders. So I just want to state that formally again, that I'm uncomfortable even hearing the information on NWMO when I sit here, because we've stated that, because I don't want to be seen as being participant to anything that could support that process. So again, I'm stating for the record that we're in opposition. The second thing that I want to discuss is just to give a quick update from the strategic planning sessions that we had, the chief strategic planning meetings in Matangigaming on April 22nd and 23rd. We had discussed the Boundary Waters Canoe Area issue and the passing of the House Joint Resolution number 140 that has since been signed by President Trump, and the impacts to my community as a cross-border community, as well as our waterways, and it's going to impact Rainy Lake, Lake of the Woods, and it's going to go into Manitoba, which is essentially all of Treaty 3. So I wanted to give a brief update on that. We had a meeting with Grand Portage, hosted a meeting with Minnesota tribes, Fond du Lac, Bois Forte, Red Lake. Fond du Lac was unfortunately unable to attend that meeting, along with the National Congress of American Indians, was held on May 1st, and that was very productive discussions that subsequently led to meetings in Washington, which I did invite our chiefs at the April 22nd and 23rd meeting to attend, and I circulated some information. I did attend. I actually went to Washington. We met with House representatives, met with senators, had lunch with the National Congress of American Indians leadership, and also with representatives from the Canadian Embassy. And we've came up with various litigation strategies in terms of next steps for the opposition to the Boundary Waters Canoe Area. And I just wanted to give an update that the General Counsel for the National Congress of American Indians, Lenny Feinday, will be providing a template letter for that I'll circulate to our nations, which is basically in opposition to the House Joint Resolution number 140. So I just wanted to give that really quick update. I'm not going to share any of the litigation strategies because I know we are live and it is public. So I don't want to disclose all that information, but I just wanted to give that update that things are very productive and the alliance with the United States and the Minnesota tribes is very positive, and it's a very positive and powerful relationship. So with our relatives cross boundary, cross border. So, miigwech.
Bonjour. Nioga British Nikas. New Metal Wapsamunga proxy. Mi might now acknowledge go where take the Katsuka Nakwema Kawichiam Gitonic. Mi might know get metijandan, Zanwanga Nishnabem, or where he negatijandan where this topic here. And back home in Wapsamung, Shigo Grassy, we get any back what to get talk. Our community members and me ni bigo ga nyao kuzio ko the chim na bem na ni koeta ajo egi ki talk me back in 50 years ago. The Japanese at that time had said that you guys are gonna see the effects in 50 years. The mercury for both communities, Wapsamung and White Dog. A lot of them have the skin condition, skin issues. Every parent was in the money chanson. Jutta Chinagaten, the Mingueta Nigan, Gusananik, Hanin Geneja Gabwayat, Memdego Wagi Nenda, Keenenda, Keenan Wapsamung, Sugar Grassy. There's a lifespan, Wutanan Kitog. Acha Gikshman and them in Kik and the man, no Mabeshago Aga Candaman, where Hanin Hen and dog when the Schnabek or mi mind gain and go kanon and them gimakanak, where to bagit negates, bagit negates, nook where you say. No swish magia bear. I just the chinak makes the oxygation what the nigan gave we just say. The menomenik our children back home, our people are suffering from this mercury. Gitman and them quaking on the man. Honey, our children, when they get older, what's going to become of them? And who's going to take care of our children and grandchildren? Especially when we're being told there's a time frame. Minigo kejip matches it aware. Zam wege now, because it can go wege, you say. Shago went about Jim Chicken, the Meganin, and coming a good the Wapsamung Sugar Grassy. Me egg I get it June 6th, Nakamigan, Thunder Bay, a rally when Jimmy went. So me might not to, I just want to share that. When you see your own people, you know, to be labeled that way, and yeah. Me mind me watch present week, me watch.
Bonjour, because we have basic indigo. What basic me na jin kind of go taking no dame. Okay, Makwe, because is again Chief Bernadette Obangi, Gaelic First Nation. Kwe gay ninga migochi ak oe taken a gay kapak the gat oe snabs in the go, nonga majagagi gituan. Oe gay nin me can gajimini gozian, okay, Makwayan. We nigga in sit the man gay go to the batchman it to go. Me which to share the government, yeah. Gives the man share bar, Nibu gain in a which you can oe, ginando it or a geek dot. Me cage a buck send the man gain in, engage be joined dogs and ke. Wait to Nishnabek, it take a shit because it's like an it to go and dakshketon church the man and in ke. Gagawin na sit toing gainin with us na pesu gainin with the ma gagawin ninja katek oe nuclear waste kashin katek we need to kan oya gigocha chukwe sitang main gashaganashim. So I just want to say thank you. First of all, I want to acknowledge our items and the songs and the elders that helped us this morning, and you know, out of respect again for myself and the feather that I hold on behalf of the community in my role as leadership is to acknowledge and speak things in a good way. And so, you know, with that, I just want to acknowledge my leadership right now that's in Ottawa at the AFN, as well as with our management of lands and resources that are acting on my behalf there, and I felt it's important that I be here at this because I sit on the Chiefs Environmental Chiefs Committee, but this is also going to be my last Chiefs Assembly. And I just wanted to sit here and answer the question that Chief Kopanes had asked in the sense of where's Eagle Lake in regards to our judicial review application in the courts against Canada and NWMO. At some point, and I think we invited Treaty to the community when we had a community engagement sentence, because we needed to update our members because they're hearing all kinds of information. There's this recent one just at our last meeting last week that there's a second site that was selected and it was Eagle Lake, and that's not true. There's no communication with us with NWMO. We don't know where that came from. If they're looking for another site, that's the first time we've heard of it. So just wanted to get that across clear. And the other direction that we're taken in the sense of is trying to figure out how do we get our elders involved, but also how do we move forward in a sense of this legal action that we have to take, and the cost that it's going to cost the community is always a concern for us. And we've been halted twice by our sister First Nation now that opposed our legal representation. So the first time it was taken in court was an agreement, and so we had to look for another legal firm. So that firm was also opposed, and there was, again, conflict of interest stated. So we went to a third law firm. And so I think that this law firm is accepted, and that's where we're at right now. And other than that, I can't say a whole lot more. Other than that, we did do our assessment too. We did have environmental assessments done. We had our comments submitted, as everybody else may have done, during the initial project description timeframe. And so we've had our advisors document and support our community to the best of their ability based on the information we could provide. So mitisha etago that bachum make which in ke gibisan doeg I witish gainin is a baksandan gainin cabbage Chinamat beyond Chiguisitaman gainin an engage be shit tomatamine go gaining my colleagues in Ottawa. Pitakushnot. Hopefully I'll get an update there on where things are at across the country with NWMO. Homigwich.
Thank you, Donna, for that. Thank you, Gimakanak, for sharing your thoughts. I know that it's not an easy thing to talk about, but I think you need to voice your community perspectives and the community concerns regarding all issues that are brought to the table. I just want to remind the chiefs and our delegates that they are having a walleye supper at 5 o'clock tonight here, so make sure you stay. It's fresh walleye. And it's the best in Ontario, they said. I don't know. I think Manitoba had good walleye, but I guess it's Ontario. Okay. Okay. We did overlook a chief, Chief Roland Fisher. Sorry about that. Our apologies, Chief Roland Fisher.
Miigwech, can you hear me?
Yes.
Miigwech. Sorry I couldn't be there at the assembly. I am here in Ottawa too, asking those all important questions regarding nuclear. It's interesting what I've come across today and how prior and informed consent was done or wasn't done with the Grand Council. My question to Grand Council leadership is, how did the selection for Wabigoon go forward without all 28 communities' input? Second question is, second comment is, I asked those questions today, and I sort of was told they'll talk to me on the side, and I didn't really appreciate that. Like I wanted the questions answered to the full forum. So now I'm coming back to Grand Council to ask that question. How was this nuclear deposit site picked in the first place, and what was the process? Because I have one of my council members with me that's been on for 8 consecutive terms, and there was no consent or no information going to our community, and we're downriver from Wabigoon. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief. So the question is, how was consent or done with Treaty 3? So we've noted that, Chief Fisher. I'll get a response back as soon as I get somebody from the Treaty 3 to provide some more detail on that. Was there somebody in the back that wanted to say something? Yeah. Come on up, please. Somebody can grab a mic, give him a mic. He's got a mic. Okay, thank you. It's on now.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Jacques Desnekas, à TikTok. Naing wab samung genin dunji. Je m'appelle Marsh Kogagita. Councillor Rowan, proxy gikagita. Ja, kaka zaben de zin ja, ja gemakkelijk. Oh ja, kashka kaki gitet. Und ich ging, ja lakla kroy ja gitat. Also schike, wat zeggen daar ja, na maar heb ik eigenlijk wat. Ja, pchebun. Ja, jigi jini boyan gene ma. Ka heb ik gemakkelijk nu den wandak. Kain ge kitot na ma bik chat chiga tek ma tishku na gunang kinu den non don dem kina ka ma kanek kino ge tapni go ek kino ge ni gan zek kinu tamo shnam sna che ge ning ge kshitu mi na chega nothing is on ma en shkone ge ning wap samak me ge boksen bennem chui chek ge ma kanek ashko ga gitot kain chiketek ya namabek chatestak kishin gego isek nametek gopchob ment kena jege enongum kagitishin jigattes no wa yeah Dryden Mill Reed Paper Mill me jigishin katte mazin egno jigatek me jo ni bogi cv bne gatte mai Mercury ajun katte Chibwin. Me egini sa ke bote English River. Mishma grassy. Keni nun se wap sumung. Ni ma je Chibwang. Yeget ne ni mi gatamen. So no ma ga iskoktet. Roan. No naje ni juga boyemen. Agi ni jo Chibwang. Ontario ga iskot. Canada. We know we subscribe now Andrew Chibwang. Miskini man jiga gita geni ne. Kanden zi ne ga bichi isek. She geni be mito geni ne Chibwan. Aji geni ngago ga. Yustama go shikini ne be mito. Misant komigia geni ni chansek. Kewi no be mito no. Ye ni chansek gan mi gi okay we no penny shop to nam to tagna gan mi kshka na sheshkeni ne matcha geni ma ke we no ta nant ko mi gi ke get in treatment center gikski zaman chuish gatik gan stemmen ik ja kan to tapne gattes no ne pchbun mego geni ga ya Ich bin schön, na mal wirklich gerade, mag ich das können, na? Was ich was die gemen, kennen wir ganz schön. Wir gam chigo, je que maga ist, dort kam David, ki gewon ge gamot. Wir gam in der Church, ge gab mit dort, wo mit no ja pchbun. Ich gehe ji shibak, mir ma jam tamo in der Church. Ich gehe ji shibeja, jam mongit. Vi bežoge uzazin, je pčeben mi mažavke, že je mus vaškeše, keno je umičeno je uzazin, uzazikon, mi se žat, že mi čat, mi škine ne žamoge ta. So, kene je go mažise, mi se je boksen me ne me, ga be čega jitvek, ka en čiketvek, je pčeben na me, na ma be kačgatek, kege to ne žo ne ma, te pogtamagum. Stemmenik det ses nu ne. Geget det. Jeg tjagna nongum, wabum, wasabum. Ses machat, goses, kini chanes. Mitcha machat, kana mujhe munasik. Misej go chemenegok. Kain kitok, kina gan shek. Geget pinegok, makoygok. June 6, keni netten deja. Vi ga pitcha pitten de magani na. Nič žane gete wapsamo. Kada se go maga shtoting. Chui. Me je gen scotch ai bigagi ta ne ikinotten zan. 2013 scotch mangi ya. Kebegen gitni kima ga tana gani kyat. Winge juk. Mi shende de minnem. Kain gegen no chiketek. Aha miswe. Kange mi ne ga nun dam chugojimsi. Gib nun shnawa. Geget in am chirurgie an rugit no tan is no jan den. Ah mi got.
Miigwech. So I have a couple of questions for the chiefs. We have a couple more items that we wanted to address. I know it's getting close to 5 o'clock. I know that it's been pretty warm in here all day for you, right? And you've been sitting all day. Do you want to continue the assembly, for the National Assembly tomorrow morning, first thing in the morning? Or do you want to continue now? Economics told me they'll take about a half hour. I'm not sure how long social would take to present their updates, but I leave it up to the chiefs. Do you want to continue the National Assembly and finish it today, or do you want to suspend and then start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock? Start our protocols at 9 and start the meeting at 10 o'clock. Dinner's at 5? They said dinner's at 5, so. Kinogo. Okay, I'm going to do it this way. How many want to continue the meeting? Raise your hand. Oh, well, that's pretty good. Well, that makes it pretty easy. Chief? We'll go to 5. How about we go to 5 and then we'll stop it? Is that okay? Dinner's going to be here at 5. I know Fred has to also do a ceremony that he wants to do. Yeah, dinner's at 5, they're telling me, so we have to be done at 5. Okay? Economic Chiefs, do you want to come up? You got 20 minutes. Thank you, Chiefs. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, we're doing what we're supposed to do and ask you to give us direction. So, Miigwech. Economic Chiefs. You're what? Yeah, I think we're going to do social tomorrow, okay? Karen, you'll organize it for me in the morning? Okay, thank you. So let the social chiefs know that they'll be presenting first thing tomorrow, right after our cultural protocols. Yeah. Okay, Gary, you got 20 minutes. Okay, Gary.
Bonjour, Jean Gabo and Nigo, taking note them, Nigus Minikani Nadoji. Good afternoon, Gary Allen, Senior Political Advisor, Director for Economic, and CEO of Treaty 3 Investment Group. So,
good afternoon, everyone. My name is Haley Krolick. I'm the Senior Strategy and Innovation Manager within the Economic Unit at Grand Council.
Bonjour, Bugunegiji Tikto Tam, Chief Darlene Cummigan, and I sit on the Economic Chiefs Committee.
Bonjour, Maymar Kamis, Division Cause, Atikto Tem, Nangao Shing and Donji. Chief Carl Big George Jr., I sit on the Economic Chiefs.
Bonjour, Mijiki Giabwek and Dijnakas. Wajash Glutam, Nakatranon and Dunji. Bejago Mede Ukwe Indao. My name is Tracy Counselor. I'm the Economic Energy Policy Analyst for the Economic Unit.
Bonjour, good afternoon. Nathan Deganye, Indigenous Makwatodem, Nakachwin, and Doji. I'm the project lead for the Cecilia Jeffrey Indian Residential School.
so anyway, I just wanted to start. I know we have 3 items that we're going to speak to this afternoon, and that's the Cecilia Jeffrey Residential School and the land transfer, Treaty 3 data sovereignty, and our energy strategy. But it's just quickly, I wanted to highlight and be accountable to the 2 resolutions that were passed at the Fall Assembly at Nigigusuminikani. One is with respect to the food sovereignty resolution. We received a final version of the Agri-Food Economic Blueprint. This report compiles the community knowledge, priorities, economic challenges and gaps in food sovereignty. And so we will be presenting this information to your economic development officers through 4 regional sessions in the coming months. And then the other one is the housing investment resolution. That was with Henry Wall at that presentation. And we'll be working on a meeting right now with the Ministry of Infrastructure. And then we also met with the Bank of Montreal with respect to our business plan. And we do have a business plan for this. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Nathan, and he's going to present on the CJ property.
Okay, so we started an update on the research from the last time we presented back in January of 2026. Our children found to date has gone up. We are now between 1,689 and 1,721. 20 girls and 15 boys have been added to our list. The range that you see there, that is due to either a duplicate name on the registry list or names that are missing numbers or numbers that are missing names. So that's why you see a bit of a gap there in that number. The total unaccounted for children has gone up by 5. So we're now at 210, and this includes both the CJ1 and CJ2 schools, as their registry was all one registry. It didn't start a new one when we went to CJ2. Currently, our researcher has been at this for over 30 months now. She anticipates an additional 4 or 5 months of research, plus 6 months or more of additional report writing. 2 research trips to LAC so far has attained a lot of new documents and allowed for some new findings. Permission from LAC to review some restricted files, unredacted. Mimi and myself are going to be in Ottawa at the beginning of June to have a look at those. And we've been having some great discussions with the United Church of Canada to obtain some additional records. On the right side there, you can see a diagram, and this is how our researcher has been doing all of her research work so far. In the middle, it's MIA, as that guides us in the work that we do. At the top, we have the unmarked graves, unmarked grave sites and location summary. To the right is the all names list. At the bottom is historic property report. And on the left is the list of the unaccounted for children. So on to the CJ land transfer. We have letters dating back to 1997 with formal discussions between the chiefs of Iskatawijigagon 39 and Grand Council Treaty Number 3 to have Grand Council use its political position to acquire the property from Canada for all the benefit of 28 First Nations in Treaty 3. So far, we have completed the environmental assessment phase 1, and we are in the plannings of the phase 2. Our archaeological assessment has been ongoing with Arch Airworks. In regards to the land transfer, we have a trust agreement. Did I miss a page? Oh, sorry. The trust agreement, we have a trustee committee has been formed using the 4-directional model. So currently we have Chief Cummigan, Chief Skeed, Chief Wabonge, and Chief Big George on the trustee committee, and which we have some recommendations for everybody. On the advisory council, we are missing a few people, so we need to fill some vacancies there. We have a recommendation to transfer the land to Grand Council Treaty 3 on an interim basis. We need to establish clear framework for the trustee committee and continue with the environmental assessment work.
Okay. So, we've been approached by the government to transfer the land now to Treaty 3, and they're ready to transfer it. But our trustee committee is currently, we're going through a process for now with community consultations with our trustee committees, and they are talking with their own communities about taking the ownership of the property. So that we think is going to take a little while for us to navigate and complete that process. But the government now wants to transfer that land over to Treaty 3. So as an interim measure, we are proposing that the land get transferred over to Grand Council Treaty Number 3 Representative Services in the interim until we complete the work for the trustee committee. And so we have a resolution that will speak to that tomorrow, and we'll be happy to speak to that. And then, so the next item is our Treaty 3 data sovereignty strategy. And we've recently completed the toolkit, but this is based on the resolution, basically to undertake the work to develop a Treaty 3 data sovereignty strategy. And really, a lot of that work is working with the communities and developing the toolkit. And so we've had two individuals working for us, Dan Jourdain and Cassidy McDonald. Both of them are from Couchiching. And so our strategic position is to ensure that our data is collected, protected, and stored in a centralized sovereign location while maintaining secure accessibility and sharing privileges, and then to provide our people with the tools needed to make more informed decisions on our path forward. And then our vision statement is to protect and manage all our data relating to the knowledge and information of our lands, waters, peoples, and history, ensuring that it is handled with respect and integrity, and the development of a strong data awareness in Treaty 3. And it's really based on our own lawmaking process and utilization of Manitowoc and Nakagewin. So our strategic objectives are to educate and uplift our teams, communities, and organizations regarding data, develop data storage and accessibility processes, collect and compile data sets from Grand Council Treaty Number 3 and our Treaty 3 organizations, and then interpret and share data gathered with our leadership, then use data to guide our decisions, and then develop process to update and maintain those data sets. So a lot of this work is, we've been talking about matrilineal repatriation in terms of rematriation, and it is about looking at information that was taken from us, and then how do we do it that respects our customs and our leadership processes internally within Grand Council. We do have documents that were taken from us, and then how do we return that to either individuals or the nations themselves. And so I think that is a big part of our strategy. So I'll pass it over to Haley.
Just to add to what Gary mentioned too, so right now we have our draft data sovereignty strategy. We hope to have the full strategy ready for the Chiefs review for fall assembly.
Yeah, and then the last one, we're keeping it short and sweet, is the Treaty 3 Energy Vision, and I'll pass it over to Tracy.
Miigwech. So I'll be presenting on our Treaty 3 energy vision. We came about with the vision as part of our energy strategy. We will be starting with 8 goals for our energy vision, followed by objectives, which will bring us to an implementation plan. Components of the energy system are, well, we have 5 components. Business models, threats, and these will all bring us to the implementation. The Treaty 3 energy vision was made to provide a guiding image of an ideal energy system in Treaty 3 rooted in Anishinaabe interests and values. These 8 goals that we are striving towards are supporting Mino Bamatazuin, supporting community growth, Manitou Aki and Nakanagewin directs energy policy, self-determination and energy sovereignty, energy independence, decarbonizing energy, climate resilience, and an equitable energy sector for all. We envision a just energy system rooted in Manitou, Aki, and Nakanagewin that advances self-determination, energy sovereignty, Minobematazuin, and sustainable community growth for the Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3. And we are here to ask what the chiefs would like to see for the upcoming, like the next steps. We were asked by the environmental chiefs and the economic chiefs to bring a presentation here in order to gauge whether other communities would like us to come and present on our energy strategy and the vision. We'd like to try and see the vision come to fruition at the fall assembly. Also, we were looking for direction to take the energy vision to ceremony, if this is a good process to follow. Amigwech.
Just to add one more thing as well, I do just want to give a shout out to the TPU and mention that this is a joint file between economic and the TPU.
So in terms of the work, this has really been culminating in all the different energy symposiums that we've held recently in our communities. And this is a lot of discussion points that we've had with the community energy champions, right? Your economic development officers, and then portfolio holders from your communities. And so over the next little while, we want to have that discussion with you about energy and our energy plan going forward. And we're going to dedicate ourselves to having those discussions. If you want a presentation in your community to discuss it, we certainly would be available to come out and speak to you about it, and then hear your input and how we can make any changes to our energy plan. So with that, Miigwech, Mie.
They have 3 minutes. Do you have any questions? All the presentation is on your iPad again, so it's information. I know that we kind of sped this up a little quick, but any information or anything that you need clarification on, you can always call Gary at the office or call the Grand Council office, and they'll connect you with the right people. Any questions or comments? Thank you, Gary, and your team, and thank you to the presenters. Thank you, chiefs, for bearing with us for the last 9 hours. We're going to break for supper now. We'll continue the assembly tomorrow, the National Assembly, then we'll conclude that, then we'll go into our chiefs meeting. There is a sweat lodge ceremony tonight at 6 o'clock, so you better read fast. House number 619 on Highway 621 here in Big Grassy. So there is a sweat tonight at 6 if you're interested. 6 o'clock, house number 621. Okay, thank you very much. So Fred's going to do a ceremony for the food. And the supper is walleye, so you got to stick around for that.
Give a one and again, be much Russia. Give a